Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me, right? We'll see. Let's see. You hear me put a 1 in the chat. And don't... So if you notice my face is swollen here, it's because of the surgery that I had. So that's why it looks weird. Let me see where the chat is. What? You don't hear me yet? Okay, so let me get to right there. All right, hi Linda. Hi. Why can't I see anybody? Hold on a minute. Okay, so let's see. Hi Sandra. What? Okay. Hi Linda, Sandra, Linda, the other Linda, Seeker. Hi, Jen. Hi, everybody. Okay, so let me tell you about some breaking news. Now, this is not Nancy that he held captive, but it is interesting to note that a Pima County, excuse me a minute. Gosh, these stupid ads. Pima County deputy allegedly held woman in the PC Sheriff's Department vehicle. Okay, so this guy right here, 22-year-old Travis Reynolds. Hang on a minute. Let me get his picture. Oh my goodness. Right here. Travis Reynolds. Come on, Travis Reynolds, get over there. Okay. So, Pima County Sheriff's Department deputy has been arrested and is facing charges of kidnapping, accused of holding a woman inside a PCSD vehicle prior to taking her to the Pima County Jail. Travis Reynolds, 22, is being held on a $200,000 bond. According to the state, the offense raises concerns because of his job and power imbalance between the 22-year-old and the victim. The state also said evidence suggests this has happened before. PCSD confirmed the deputy was fired after the department was notified about his arrest from the Tucson Police Department. On March 19th, Reynolds was on duty and transporting a woman to the Pima County Jail. The victim told police he commented on her appearance, saying she was hot and a MILF. Once they arrived at the jail, Reynolds reportedly reversed his department vehicle near the back wall before exiting the driver's side and approaching the victim's side. The victim mentioned to authorities that the 22-year-old moved her hands, which were in handcuffs, from behind her body to the front of her body. According to the court documents, Reynolds re-entered the vehicle and allegedly shared a vape pen with the woman as they had a conversation. The victim told police the former deputy stated he could help her with the case and reportedly stated they could go to a hotel to engage in intimate acts. Court documents revealed the woman stated Reynolds showed her multiple videos on his phone of a man engaging in intimate activities, which she said appeared to be him. The victim told police she tried to be polite because she wanted to get out of the vehicle and described the situation as feeling unreal and terrible. After stating that she wanted to go inside the jail, Reynolds allegedly refused. The woman said the 22-year-old was not doing paperwork and was on his phone, so she saw other deputies taking their arrestees inside. According to court documents, the woman was able to get out of the vehicle after she was told to lift up her shirt. Investigators reviewed the surveillance video and saw that the PCSD vehicle was parked in the area from 9:46 till 11:26, and during that time frame, the footage showed Reynolds exit the vehicle and walk towards the victim's side before going back inside the vehicle. It also showed the 22-year-old appearing to show the woman items from a possible phone. When questioned by the authorities, Reynolds said he was unsure whether he had shown the victim videos of intimate acts or asked to go to a hotel. He reportedly said the conversation regarding an arrangement of intimacy was brought up by the victim. A view of his cell phone was completed by detectives, which corroborated the exact details the victim provided. The 22-year-old mentioned he didn't know the victim prior to the incident. His preliminary hearing is scheduled for April 6th. Okay, so this is just to show you, as we said, there are bad cops, right? That's Pima County Sheriff's deputy. All right, now. So I thought I would bring that up. Now, next. I'm going to go over the Savannah Guthrie interview. Okay, in total. Let me get rid of this guy right now. Okay, so let me see. I have some notes on this, didn't I? Put them over here. Okay. So, how did it start? She was asked that this is going to be parts 1, 2, and 3. The third part aired today. Savannah, her husband, and kids were all having a Sunday. She got her husband a boys' trip. I think it was fishing or something. So he went out. She went to a friend's house with the kids on Saturday. They all returned home to the house on Sunday, and they were just getting home, being together as a family. And she receives a call from Annie. And Savannah asked Annie if everything was okay. And Annie told her that mom's missing. Savannah was in disbelief and asked her sister what she was talking about. Savannah described Annie as being in a panic, which then caused Savannah to panic and tell Annie, call 911. Annie told her that they already did, and they were at the house. And they were thinking their mom had a medical episode because the back doors were propped open, making them think that perhaps she did have a medical issue in the middle of the night and something like that stretcher, gurney, whatever, was passed through those doors, and that they were taking it outside, okay? Where am I on this one here? Okay. Annie told Savannah that he called the hospitals. Her and Tommaso called hospitals, but Savannah went ahead and did it again to see if her mother was at any of the hospitals in the area. This did not make sense to them, right? Their mom's purse was there, her phone was there, all of her things were in the house, and within hours, Savannah's on a plane to Tucson. She said Annie and Tommy made it clear to the police that this is not the situation where a senior citizen or something walks off, okay? This is not that their mother can't do that. She's not able to do that because of the severe, severe pain she has, right? So they said it's not that type of a situation. Then the prop doors, the blood on the doorstep, the Ring camera that was ripped off, told them something was very wrong. Savannah said she called her brother Cameron, and given his career in intelligence in the military, he said he believed that their mom was kidnapped for ransom. Now, which has brought up like a whole social media craziness, okay, where Cameron is now being blamed because he came up with this before anybody else, and not thinking that this is his military training that's making him do this. But people are just off to the frickin' races, as it is on the internet. Okay. Next. Savannah said that there were a lot of different notes that were sent, and it was her understanding that most of them were not real. She said she did not see them. Now, I think this is what Margaret meant when she said she didn't see any of the notes. It was hard to decipher that, but what I think she meant is she didn't see any of the notes that except for those two, that's it. I believe that's what she meant there when she said she didn't see any of them. She said that, anybody that would write fake notes to a family in pain, just horrible, right? She said that all of the videos, all of the posts, any reaction that they had was done by all three of them. They're a unit. She credits her siblings for having special talents. Annie's very intuitive. Did she say? I think intuitive, or she's very. I'm trying to think of the word she used. Maybe intuitive, but she's a writer. Cameron has that military training, and they all talk together about anything they said. So there was nothing that was just her, she's saying. It's all a collaboration. She said that her mother was taken from her bed in her pajamas, without her shoes, without her medication. Of course, she already mentioned the phone being left at home. She said that she believed 2 of the notes that they received, and she tends to believe those are real. She tended. She didn't say the FBI told her. She tended. She's grateful they were able to get the footage of the suspect at the door, but also how terrifying that must be, and how she wakes up in, agony, thinking about what her mother went through. Now, they stayed in multiple places in Tucson. She said, the public was closing in on them, so they would have to move to another place. And at one point, they had to move to another place under the dark of night in the desert, which made them think of their mother being moved somewhere in those conditions. She said that after having to move so many times, and finally they really couldn't leave the house. They weren't at liberty to leave the house very much, so those days were a blur. She mentioned her kids writing to her. I imagine they're texting and asking her if anything was new, etc., etc. All right, now. Let me go back here. Okay, and let's see. She's glad and grateful to the investigators and the technology companies that were able to find that video of the perpetrator, right? And she hopes that with people of good heart and compassion, they could stop, accusing family members and stuff of having something to do with it, right? They are responsible, and cruel speculation that has started to swirl. And then Hoda asked her, when you talk about the cruel speculation, the whispers, the innuendo that it was somebody in your family, how do you weather that? She says, well, it just piles pain on top of pain. There are no words. She doesn't understand. No one took better care of her mother, she said, more than my brother-in-law and Annie, and we love her. She's our shining light. She's our matriarch. She's all we have. Let's see what else I have here. She was asked about how her family felt about the investigation and how it's being conducted. She said, well, it's still going. And we'll see, but we need answers, She said, we cannot be at peace without knowing, what's the matter? Without knowing, and someone can do the right thing, and it's never too late to do the right thing. Okay, and let's see what else I have here. She talked about her mother, saying that her mother had a strong, quiet faith. She was hard-fought. She was funny, a little mischievous in her humor. She was a noble creature. She does what's right. She walks in faith, but she's not a fake pious person, but like a grounded, earthy person. She fought for it, her faith. When, let's see. Hoda asked her, did you feel the love and prayers when you asked for them, and you posted prayers? And she says, I did feel prayers. I do believe that. Then Hoda talked about Annie and Tommaso and her walking up and putting flowers, at the house, and that being really special, and that's your childhood home. And she said, yes, I grew up in that home. And she talked about some memories there, and they showed some pictures. And then she also spoke about when she was 16 and coming home and finding her mother and sister on the couch crying when the father died, and that her mother, fought very hard to keep that home over the years. She had to go get a job and then another job, and she had never worked outside the home. And so she talks about that. Let's see. Just the kids would write to her and say, Mama, any leads? Any leads? Did you hear anything? Any hope? She thinks her mother stayed in that house all this time because she felt her father there. Her mother taught her a lot about grief. Our family knows grief. Let's see what she said. She said her mother always got up and got going through the grief. And that's why when people ask her, what's the matter?
I was checking the game from here.
And when people ask her why, she could go back to work and stuff like that, because you'd have to just get up and decide and do every day. That's what the mother said. There was no choice. And the mothers, like I said, a lot of people don't have the ability to just forget their job when they're going through grief, because they don't have that ability. Her mother didn't have that ability. Her mother had to go out and get a job. So that's what her mother taught her. Let's see. And then she explains that the Today Show is her family, and she considers that a family, and she doesn't know how she's going to go and do that, but I'm getting ahead of myself. But how wouldn't she be? She could not do that. She invited her mother to live with her, and but later on and stuff. But she ended up getting a job, and then another job, and it turned into a full-time job, and turned into a career, and she had a second life of purpose and meaning. She had 1 million friends. She stayed strong for us. She said she was resolute. She was real. She grieved. After her dad died, she remembered she was so strong, but then sometimes in the morning before dawn, when she thought everyone was still sleeping, she could hear her mother crying, right? She taught her to be strong, but she taught her to be true. And Savannah said her faith is strong and resolute. But early on, she felt that one of the very few times in her life she did hear God speak to her. She said, I can handle anything. I can handle anything. I just can't handle not knowing. So she said she heard a voice, and it said, you do know where she is. So if she's on this earth still, or if she's in heaven, she said she knows where her mother is. What's the matter, Joe?
Nothing. I just heard what you're saying.
Oh, okay. Okay. Did you wrestle with your faith? She said, yes, you have to, she did at one point, you have to wrestle for it. I'm not done, but God doesn't tell us not to wrestle with him. This isn't some cheap faith. And my mother taught me that God only requires our authentic presence, and that he has. She said she never doubted, though. One of her mom's best friends told her that she had been going through a hard time, and she said, how have you kept your faith all this year? So one of her friends said, her mother's friend said to her mother, the friend was going through a hard time. She asked Nancy, how have you kept your faith all these years? losing your husband, all the different things that the mother has been through. How do you keep your faith? And the mother said, where else would I go? And Savannah said she holds that with her. And faith is how she'll stay connected to her mother. God is how I'm holding hands with my mother, and I won't let sadness win. She taught me, she said, I saw her grieve, I saw her world shatter, I saw it, and I saw her get up every morning, and I saw her believe, and I saw her love, and I saw her hope, and I saw her smile, and I saw her laugh, and I saw her joy, and I saw her love for the world and adventure, and I saw her belief. She taught me, all of us, that. So Savannah said she's going to do this for her kids. She will not let herself fall apart. She will not let whoever did this take their her children's mother from them. She will not let them take her joy. She will not let them take her sister's joy. She will not let them take her brother's joy. They will not take our love. They will not take our faith. Their anguish is real. They need help. We need truth, but she has hope in her heart, she says. And but the family needs peace. Let's see. What else was said? She's heartbroken. She's crushed, but she's not abandoned because they're not alone. They need an answer. Someone has it in their power to help. Never too late to do the right thing. And when you do, the warmth of love and forgiveness that will come will be greater than can ever be imagined. And okay, let's see. They're saying someone in Tucson must know what happened. How can someone vanish without a trace? Even if it's something someone's been acting strange for the last 8 weeks, just to report anything kind of thing, right? Moving forward. Okay, then about going back to New York and walking. Hoda said, her walking into the studio was something, and she said, yes, seeing everybody there, speaking with them. I really wanted to come and see everybody. I just love this beautiful place that we call home. Okay, where we get to come and be every day and know how much people have prayed for me and loved me. All the people that you see on TV, that all the people there, the messages, everything that was there from the people that watch her on TV. And so it was very special. And she said, as Hoda said, I don't know how to come back and I don't know how not to come back. Okay, and she is going back. April 6th will be her first day back. So she's going to come back because it is her family. But she said she's going to be different. She's going to be different. She was always very joyful. She never had anything like this happen to her, so it'll be different. But, she's not going to be the same. And then she said, but maybe it's like that old poem. She's more beautiful in the broken places. And that was about the size of it, okay? Now, hold on one second. I want to just see one thing here. My notes here. Okay. All right, yeah, that's about the size of that. So let me get back to the chat. One second. Where's the chat? Over here. Okay. And hi, Margaret. How are you? So, hi, Jason. Hi, Know Your Worth. How are you? How are you doing? How you doing? Let's see here. I'm missing. Heather Snoopy. Hi. So what does everybody think about all that? What are your thoughts on it? Hi, Tori. Why are you not seeing Tori? Hi, Tori. Did someone say hi, Bree? Okay. So, what do you think? The number's in Slack. Margaret, you want to call in? I'm going to send you the number anyway if you want to. Okay, let's see. Where's Margaret? Margaret. No, I think I'm going to have to put, if anybody calls in, I'm going to probably put those horrible headphones on, and I don't want to do that. I think I put the wrong thing in there. Margaret, I think I just sent you the wrong thing. I'm fairly certain I did. Okay, let's see. And I'm going to have to put those horrible, horrible headphones on. Do we have our true crime coming up at 12:15? We're going to do the continuation of that case. Do you know Jolene's body was never found? Never found. Her body was never found. Hi, Terry. Hi, Twisted Stitches. Where have you been? I was thinking about you. I was going to write you, but I've had my own issues this week. That's why my face is swollen and stuff. But I've been thinking about where the heck you been. What's up? Never found. Oh, yeah, she's never found. Who's a bird? Who's a bird? I don't know who a bird is. Okay, I'm going to have to put the sound. It's going to probably... I can't stand this. I hate this. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, you can hear me? Okay. I hate this. It's so annoying. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to talk about that other case. You're going to be back later? Why? Where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving, Terry? Yeah, I sent him a thing. You can call in too, Margaret. Anybody in Slack too can call in. Time for call-ins. Hurry, because we only have an hour and 15 minutes. Will it work without those? What? Without what, Jen? No. Oh, without these? No, I don't think it will. I don't know why. I keep hearing everything in my ears like weird. Why is Terry leaving? Know your worth. Thank you for your true reporting. You always say the truth. When you wake up at night and I can't sleep, thank you for keeping me company. Aw, thank you, Know Your Worth. Let me get you a song. Hold on, let me get you the super chat song. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Okay. No, that's not the right one. There it is.
Whoa, super chat, look at you. Sending love, we see it too. Thank you, Ramble, shining bright. Mommy ramblings up tonight. Lights are glowing, hearts are true. Every word we feel with.
Thank you very much, Know Your Worth. Okay. There we go. Where's that? So, if we don't have callers, I'll go to other true crime news, which would be a recap on the Koenig trial, which was not in session yesterday. Okay. Cannot stand these. I saw some of this today. Oh, here's Jason. Okay. Hello.
How are you tonight?
Okay.
Very good.
So I don't know why I can't hear you guys well at all. If I turn my gain up too much, then it's... Let me see if I turn this
I
up.
can hear you
Hold
just
on, maybe I
fine.
can hear this, yeah. All right, can you say something now?
Check, check, check.
Okay. Yeah, it's all... I don't know, I hate these things. I keep getting background noise in them.
Check, check.
Yeah, I see you. I hear you. Does everybody else hear Jason at a normal level? Because I hear him really, really low.
Would it help if someone else called in and so that you had a comparison?
I think this is, yeah, Margaret. She's just heard you. Margaret, is that you?
Yes, hi.
Okay, I can hear you better. Can you get any closer to your mic, Jason?
Let me try. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Okay, great.
Okay. So
Hi,
what?
Margaret.
So why do you have the earbuds in? Last
Because-
night you didn't, and you sounded fine.
When I'm by myself, I can. But when we had remember that time everybody was getting an echo, and then I said, okay, there's no echo, and then Space was complaining about it, said there was too much background noise and all that. So I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hey, it's all good.
Yeah, we'll
I
see.
had that echo one night.
Right, yeah. So we'll see if it's better. Oh, thank you. I know you have Know Your Worth. Thank you so much. What's the matter? Where are you going, Twisted? Where are you going? We're going to do a true crime at 12. What's the matter, Twisted? You just got here. You haven't seen us in a long time. That's not nice. Not nice. Where'd Terry go? Not nice. Hi, Chrissy. Okay. So what did you guys think about, did you all watch the third part of the interview? Hi, Lasso.
Yes, I did.
I believe I did.
Okay.
I believe I did. You must have had a hard day at work then.
You're in the hospital again, or you're still in the hospital? Sorry to hear that. Hope you get better soon. So what,
I watched it.
You did, yeah. So I mean, it wasn't that long, right? It was just a small. But the big news was that she's going back to work on April 6th, right?
Yeah, I mean, what I took from it, my point of view, was it was more about her emotions and her faith,
yeah,
and her strength in her mother, what her mother's been through her whole life,
yeah,
and what her mother's taught her and her brother and her sister to go through life, which is a good thing.
yeah.
But I figured she wouldn't talk about the case that much because they're not going to want. I mean, that's my opinion.
Right.
Somebody else might have a different opinion. But, and like I said last night, she didn't say the FBI told her. You know, she said
Right.
like what you said. You just have to listen to the wording because even though she did this interview and the world saw it, they rehearsed it.
Right.
You
Yeah, it was
know,
pre-recorded.
it's always
Yeah,
rehearsed.
yeah, sure. And it was pre-recorded.
always
She could have
rehearsed.
stopped if she said something she didn't want to. Said strike that. You know.
Exactly. But I think she wanted to let the public know more about her faith and her emotions and what it's done to her. You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
But as us, true crime people, we know what people go through when somebody goes missing because of all the cases that we've watched.
Right.
This one's just broadcasted more in the media. And then, I don't know if you heard, just for her doing this interview today and yesterday,
Yeah.
their ratings went up.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they did say that.
Right.
I'm not trying to throw something bad on the window, but you know what I mean?
Oh, of
It's
course.
all
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
ratings.
Yeah. Of course it is. I mean, yeah, and I
It's
think that's
always
why
been
they
that
do it
way.
in two parts. And it's like, yeah, there's still the, you know, the marketing of everything, of course, behind there. Sure.
Yeah, because if you look like a year ago when her mom went missing in that month, if you look at the
Right.
ratings of the channel she works for, you know.
Yeah,
there
there's
was
probably
other
a lot of
crimes
people
or
maybe that
other
really
stories.
weren't. Right, but don't you think there's probably a lot of people, like, I wasn't that familiar with Savannah Guthrie. I mean, I've heard the name and stuff, but I wasn't
Yeah,
that
I mean,
familiar.
I knew who she was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but yeah.
I mean, before I moved to Virginia, I mean, I used to watch it all the time because I was in Kansas. I'm a
Right.
New Yorker like you.
Yeah,
So I used to watch it in New York. I've
Yeah.
gone to the Today Show outside.
Oh, yeah, me
I
too.
didn't know anything about her mother, you
Right.
know,
Yeah.
until this happened. I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't like, oh my God, I need to go see this lady or I'm going to not survive tomorrow.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Know Your Worth says,
Like
I
a
feel
singer.
like NBC is using her as a milking cow because if they really
Yes.
cared about her mother
Mhm.
and what she's been through, why are they putting it into 3 different segments? Yeah, because there's always that
Exactly.
marketing, right?
Yep.
No, that's what everybody is about. It's
Mhm.
ratings. It's a ratings game. That's the way it is, right?
Mhm. Yep. And she hit it right on the head. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. What she just said is exactly. That's right. It's 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's all about marketing and how much money they can make and
Right.
the ratings and all that. You
And
know, it's
yeah.
any channel.
Yeah, absolutely.
It
And
could be
prior
anybody.
to airing it, they
Yep.
had like little previews, remember? And then to promote it. Yeah, that's the way it is. That's the way television works. It's the way broadcasting works. Everybody always wants to be the first one with the story, with the scoop, right?
Exactly. Mhm.
But yeah,
Now
I mean,
ask Jason his opinion. You know, I'll let him talk.
yeah. What's your opinion on it? If you remember, but I don't know if Jason, do you remember seeing it, the third part?
I believe so, yes. And I guess what was most shocking to me was the fact that she was returning to work. And I kept asking myself that if I was in her shoes and had lost my mother and knew that that was my job being an anchor on such a popular morning show, that when I went there to visit with my colleagues, for example, that it was going to be discussed if I would be returning or not. And I think Savannah, maybe in her mind, as a way to get over the trauma, wants to come back to work and thinks that that might help her recover. But at the same time, I'm just saying this would be me, that if I happen to be exec of that network and I had the call about whether Savannah should come back to work and whether Savannah should be in that role, I would not ask Savannah to come back. And part of the reason why is because I think that although the ratings initially might be high and that people will tune in to see what Savannah has to say, eventually, when we get into weeks and months later, it means that we would tune in and we would watch someone do a show potentially that would just be back to her normal self. I mean, I don't know how you couldn't,
Mhm.
Well,
because you'd have to put up. So just to finish on that point,
yeah, I'm gonna
if
say, go ahead.
she was back to her normal self and we tuned in to watch that, I think I know I as a viewer would say to myself, how can she be that disassociated from it and carry on that role? And it would I would almost feel like the network took advantage of her in some way, because I would have said, like, you need a year off, Savannah. You need a year off to really sort this out mentally so you can come back to work, and that when the people do see you, they can know that you went through the process of recovering. But to come back this fast after something so tragic and it's not even resolved and they want to put her back on, I just can't get behind it.
Okay, can I explain something? And I think I can speak to this as a person that's gone through intense grief of losing my adult son. Okay. She's not going to ever recover from this. She already said she's going to be a different person. She explained why she believes this family over there is what she needs to go on. She's had a role model of a mother that had to go on after the shattering loss of her father, simply because, as I said, most people do not have the luxury that they can take a year off. They don't have something like that. They have to return to their work, whether it's in broadcast or whatever it is. Mother had to go out, get a job, showed her that she has to do this. So many people that haven't been through something really traumatic think that The only place you should be is curled up in a corner in a ball. And if you're not, then you could have never loved that person that you lost. And that is so far from the truth, it's not even funny. If I was curled up in a ball in a corner, what would that do for my children that need me every day? What would that do? My son would never want me to do that, ever. He would be the first one that says, look, this whole community, I'm looking at it a totally different way. Everything led me to this community. My blog, the server exploded. That's how YouTube came about. I got to this community, and this community is what sustained me through that, gave me a purpose every day to come and talk to people. And then I found like-minded people, people that lost their children, people that lost their children after I lost my children that I was a comfort to. And just like she said, she may have another purpose because life isn't all fun and games and smiles. So there may be a lot of people now that relate to Savannah for going through this, and she may help them navigate through this grief. So she is definitely not going to be the same person. It will never be life as usual. She can smile again and laugh, and it's okay, but she's never going to be the same person, and she may just be able to help other people that can relate to her now, maybe that didn't before. So her purpose has changed because life isn't all a bowl of cherries. That's how I feel.
No, I agree with you, Karen. No, I agree with you because I lost my son, but he wasn't born.
I'm sorry.
Well, like I said last night, what happened to me, and I got shot, and I shouldn't have been alive. I should have been dead.
Right.
And what I did was, and my sister and brother told me, don't go back to work. And I did because I didn't want to sit home and get depressed and, I failed at a marriage and all this stuff. I went back to work.
Right.
And I guess some people don't realize you have to move on and focus on something else because if you stay in that mindset, you go down that rabbit hole and it's not good. No. And even though you have to go through all these roadblocks, like that people say, like my grandmother used to say, you go 10 steps forward, but then you'll go 10 steps back. But that's how you build your strength as a person.
Right.
And you just put whatever religion you are, you put your faith in God and you walk out that door and you get up and you go to work because it's like exactly what you just said. If you sit home in a corner, you're not doing anything good for yourself.
No, then you've let it take you from everybody in your life that needs you. Yeah. And your loved one that died would never want that. Never.
Exactly. Yep. I mean, some people can understand it from that perspective, but then some people can't.
Oh, yeah. And some people are very cruel. Like someone said to me, I never loved my son because 2 weeks later I was on here and I was laughing with people. So apparently because I did that, I never really loved my son. And they said that.
Yeah.
They vocalized that. They wrote it in comments. These people think it's just okay to say that.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, and people don't realize when they speak things before they think, and words hurt. I mean, I've got people said stuff to me, and I was just like, whatever, I'm doing for me,
Right.
Because 1 minute you could be here, next minute you can be
I
gone.
understand.
And I knew that, and you understand that, but I mean, not that I'm saying Jason doesn't understand. I mean, maybe he just hasn't gone through something life-changing like me and you've gone through.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a good point.
Everybody goes through a different path in life.
Right. And the first thing any grief
depends on-
counselor tells you is you don't have to be accountable to anyone for the way you grieve. That's the most freeing thing because people want to tell you, a lot of people want to tell you how you're supposed to grieve. And somebody actually told me because I yelled in my car. These are real things. I should write a book on all the worst things I was told. Because I yelled in my car on the way to meet the funeral director, right? that was so bad and so extremely dangerous.
Oh, whatever.
I just,
Oh
you
my
can't make it up. Yeah.
God.
So, and then when I talked to this grief counselor, she said, well, the first thing I'm going to tell you is you're not accountable to anyone for the way you grieve. So just put that out of your mind whenever anybody tells you, because you're not doing it their way. You know?
That's right.
Yep.
Yep. That's what the one I went through, too, because not to get into it deep, but I mean, my ex took the chance of me ever having children again, and he took my son away.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I got shot. I mean,
Yeah,
I could talk about it now.
Yeah.
It took me a long time before I could talk about it, but people used to say to me the same thing. And I would just be like so angry at them, and instead of saying whatever, I would say other stuff I shouldn't have.
Right,
But then I realized, you know, here's my shoes. Go walk in them.
Right,
See if you can
exactly.
fill them. You know, because
Yeah.
you can't. You don't know. Like my grandmother used to say, right, when we were kids, you'd be in a room with people, and they'd be throwing their problems in a circle. But once you heard their problems, you take your problems out of that circle so quick
Right.
that you would think, oh my God, I wish I can help them.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And-
My mother
and-
used
and
to
why
say,
you-
you know what my mother used to say? She used to say, I felt bad because I had no shoes until I met the man that had no feet.
There you go. Yep. I've heard
Right?
that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I interrupted
Exactly.
you.
No, it's all good. No, go ahead, Jason. Finish what you were saying.
I think you ladies make great points, and I have dealt with some loss. I had some cancer, unfortunately, and what was interesting that I found out when I went through the cancer is how certain people reacted around me, and some people I could tell immediately wanted to distance themselves and kind of wanted to back away emotionally. And that was really tough for me, because I thought to myself, well, I thought I had value to people. And I kind of found out that people somehow, when they see someone suffering, that it's difficult for them, and that sometimes to preserve their own happiness or comfort, that it's difficult for them to engage with somebody who is suffering like that. But you know, I was also faced with the opportunity that once I was in remission, I had the opportunity to go back to work and go to work or not. And of course, I knew I was going to be around my colleagues when I did. And I did. I went back to work, and there was talk here and there, but I think that you ladies make such a great point that, you know, I really didn't think about it until I considered my own situation. That part of my growth in that was not sitting around home feeling sorry for myself because of my cancer, but actually going back to work and integrating myself back into the job that I cared about and what I felt I had an impact on. And that, you know, that was an important part of my own recovery. So I think you ladies do make a great point.
Yeah, and a lot of people, just like when a terrible thing happens to anybody, sometimes you find out who your real friends are, because there's a lot of people that don't want to, engage
Stay around
sometimes
in that
because
grief.
you remind them of
Yeah.
like horrible things. So, yeah, a lot of people will tell you that going through any bad thing, that a lot of the friends they lost because you're a reminder of things they don't want to be reminded of.
But as you grow as a person, you have to deal with the light and the dark in your life.
Yeah.
You know, I
Right.
mean, life is not a basket of roses. It's not. Nobody's
no.
life
Bowl of
is
cherries,
perfect.
nope. No.
Exactly. You know.
Right.
So, and when you can have that yin and yang, and you can be comfortable enough to talk about your situation, and people that stay around you
Right.
that know what you went through, those are your real friends
Right.
and your real family.
Yeah, and you
You
just
know?
might connect with people that, like, you know, a lot, maybe people that didn't talk about something like that. Like a lot of people gravitate towards me now. Like we were all sitting in the car down in Eddystone. We said, we're all in this car and we've all lost a child. But it didn't set out that way. It's just the way things happen, and really does make you think a divine presence put you together. But yeah, you know what I mean? So
yes, God puts them in your life for a reason.
Right.
Because they know what you're going through, and they can deal with your energy and stuff. And that's a good thing.
Yeah, and the other thing is, I was just going to say, a lot of times when you're just in your own world, without, let's say, going back to or like for me, like on the internet, in my own world, right here, I don't know very many people that have lost a child at all. In fact, I ran into some lady down the road from me. She was a little bit older than me, but she lost her adult son, her only child, and she said, I have never met anyone, she goes, in my family or anything that has lost a child. So she knew that I had. So I said, well, I've met people on the internet, but it can make you feel very alone when you, like, even more alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you don't know anybody that's had that kind of a loss, then it can make you feel even worse.
Yeah, it makes you feel like an outsider.
Yeah, like, oh my gosh, like, why, this is crazy. But when you start meeting other people that have had that, so then you have a connection. And I think that's where online support groups or whatever, even the internet, can be a wonderful thing because of that.
Yeah, I mean, can I tell you one thing? I don't know if you believe in this, but the lady, Teresa Caputo, the medium.
Oh, the medium, Long Island medium? Yeah, I've heard of her, yeah.
Okay, so I went to see her a couple years back, about 10 years back. And I was in the crowd, so I never thought she would even come by me. I was hoping, and she did. And from the message she gave me, made me even more stronger. I mean, she told me to let go of the guilt, and that my child was at peace, and it was meant to happen. And
oh wow, yeah.
I mean, my brother went with me, not my sister. I'm closer to my brother, and he didn't believe it, and he believed it afterwards. Most people do, most people don't. But from her doing that, and even though I went to a grief counselor, I believed her more than my grief counselor. And it just sets you on a different path, and then after that, I never, like you said, I never met somebody who lost a child until after, a couple years later. And I kept meeting different people all the time, and I was like, what's going on here? At first it freaked me out, but then it eased my mind that I didn't do anything wrong. I was doing the right thing.
Right, because we all have that guilt, especially as mothers, right? Yeah, always that we did something, right? And especially with pregnancy, you worry through, and then, oh my gosh, what did I do, right? Of course, so that was a nice thing that you heard. Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, you can imagine what Savannah's going through, even though she's not telling the public what the FBI said, sheriff said. She's just, whether she rehearsed it or not, she's speaking from her heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she may not even fully believe everything she's saying. You know what I mean? Like, she knows, like, a lot of times we say the right thing to say that we know we should be doing, and then nobody sees when you break down in the shower, right? Or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Right.
Nobody sees what, like that. Yeah. Nobody sees what goes on behind closed doors. Right. You don't know what that person is going through.
Right.
And honestly, like how Jason made the comment, she didn't make a comment about the blood. I never thought she would have, but she did. Didn't she say the first day she knew there was?
She said that there was blood on the doorstep.
Okay,
she said there was blood on the doorstep. Yeah, she did say there was blood on the doorstep, and Yeah. That's what she didn't say that much about that part of it, like how but she just said there was blood on the doorstep.
So do you hear that, Jason?
I did, but I don't know that. I mean, I just want to be sensitive to the panel, because one of the things that we're talking about here is the emotional trauma that Savannah has went through. And I think it's one thing to be clinical and talk about the evidence side of thing, but I want to be also sensitive to the panel and this discussion that we're having about what this woman is going through and what she's lost. And I will just tell you from an emotional side of this, because we often, in my past discussions have talked more like clinically, but from the emotional side of this, one of the things that I think is just so incredibly traumatic is, imagine that that you're guilty, your siblings are not guilty, you can feel that in your heart, yet there's these thousands of people who are saying, you're all guilty, you all planned it, you did this and you did that, and just smearing the family and saying the worst things. I mean, I was hearing things today about Cameron that were just so depressing, and I was thinking to myself, this is what you're doing to these people who have been cleared. And so from the emotional side of things, when we think about what Savannah is going through, I just can't imagine what that is like to feel so punished when you know that you didn't do anything wrong. I mean, I know when she said, and that was a very difficult thing, hearing her say that when she was asking her brother, well, do you think it was me? And imagine his position where he had to reply back to her and say, I'm sorry, sis, but it probably was. What a very, I mean, he said it gently, but what a thing to have to shoulder, to say to yourself that I potentially could be responsible. They could have came and got my mother because of me, and to know that she would have to wrestle with that, it's just, I really pray for Savannah, because it's one of those things that I can't imagine what she's going through. And there's I'm not going to mention anything about any other sources. I just want to say that I feel so bad when she is smeared and her family is smeared to the degree that they are. It just tears my heart out.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the bad part of the internet, and it happens in every single case. Like the Rusaks, they've been held responsible. The people are just behind a keyboard say the most outrageous things you've ever heard, and some of them are not even behind the keyboard. They come right out and say it on a panel.
Just say it.
Yeah. That well, you're the reason, or that the victim, in this case Shanann, is responsible. There have been creators that have said that, and people could learn from it. And if she was the better wife, this wouldn't have happened. I mean, you would say you can't be serious. Yeah, you can be serious. This happened, and you wouldn't believe it to be serious, but it did happen. It's crazy. And they think nothing of it. They implicate the mother, the father, the brothers, whatever. And they side with the killers. It's the internet. It's just disgusting.
And it's the society we've been living in for years. I mean, if you think about the man, I forget his name, the gentleman who did the program with America's Most Wanted.
Oh, yeah,
Remember
John
his
Walsh.
son? Yes. And when his son went missing, people just went after him and his wife for years and years and said hateful things. I mean, it's like a circle. It doesn't stop.
You know what I think? It starts out that they, okay, sometimes when something really bad like that happens, like somebody's kid goes missing and dies, they'll want to rationalize it, why it can't happen to them. So I think it starts like that. So they have to be like, oh, those are bad parents. They weren't watching their kid. That would never happen to me because I watch my kid like a hawk, right? And then it
Yeah.
just keeps escalating and escalating. And then they just start vilifying these people. It's crazy. I think that's the psychology behind it.
Mhm.
They just.
But then a lot of. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no,
I didn't mean
go
to
ahead.
interrupt
Yeah.
you. But a lot of people in this world don't deal with their emotions. They're either taught not to show their emotions,
Mm-hmm.
or they just don't want to, or they're emotional. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In that perspective,
Yeah.
I mean, they don't take other people's emotion in accountability, and a lot of people say things before they think. I mean, I don't know if a lot of them regroup and say, oh my God, I shouldn't have said that. But they say hateful things. It's
Mhm.
gone on for years.
Oh yeah.
You see it in all the criminal cases that we've seen, And then look at the children that have stood by their parents that, oh no, my father wouldn't have done that, or no, my mother wouldn't have done that.
Right.
And then in the long run, at the end, their parent actually killed the other parent, or
Mhm.
unalived the other
Right. Yeah.
parent.
Yeah.
But the kids stood by them because, they're in a mindset, well, no, they can't do that, But
Yeah.
then people come after them, like you just said about Chris Watts' wife, how they tormented her after she died.
Yeah, oh yeah. They never knew her, but they just, and they would say, oh, we're just doing a victimology on her. It's okay what we're doing. They tried to justify it. It was just, it was a hate mob. It still goes on.
Yeah.
It's just.
The only thing, okay, I feel bad for Savannah,
Mhm.
okay? But if that was my mom and I was a celebrity, I wouldn't care if I had tons of people out behind me. I'd be out looking for her.
Right, yeah.
I would. But that's me.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks in a different way.
Right.
I mean, and if you look at this crime, even in the beginning, there was no flyers out. Nothing. Other people put flyers out. I mean, no matter, even if you're, okay, I'm just going to give you a scenario. Even if Elvis Presley was my father and he went missing, I'd be out tomorrow putting flyers out and looking for him. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I think they said you can't put Isn't that funny? They said you can't hang flyers up in two. Isn't that crazy? You can't hang them up. That's what somebody was saying. You're not allowed. It's against the ordinance or something.
I never heard that.
I know.
Any
They
other
said that.
you've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, even businesses say, oh, yeah, you could put flyers.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I heard that, I was like, what is going on? I mean, Arizona has always been the wild, wild west.
Yeah, it really is. My son is there right now. Oh, gosh. Yeah.
I know you said that.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that, Jason?
About what in particular?
About how you can't even put flyers up and they have all these ordinances that you can do.
Well, I do agree with you that it is the Wild West out there. One thing I just really have been struggling with, and it's not an evidentiary kind of thing, but it is kind of an emotional kind of thing that I just have been trying to wrap my mind around. And that is that I just can't understand. I mean, I just watched, I went through and I reviewed the footage today, and I specifically watched an FBI agent stand up there and reiterate that it is the family's call to pay this ransom. He specifically said that. And we know that the family came on and said, we want to pay the ransom. We want to pay it. And we know that they had a valid address to pay the ransom. And Savannah wanted to pay it. She wanted to pay the ransom. And I look at the grief in her eyes, and I think to myself, this was our chance to find the perpetrator. This was a lead. This was something that we potentially could have done something with. And I see this grief in her eyes, and I think I go back to the FBI person saying, well, it's the family has the right. But I know that they must have went to the family and said, you can't do this unless you have proof of life. You cannot do this. You cannot do it. And they forbade her, I believe. And that really bothers me, because in the end, if Savannah feels guilt because she had the money to put it out there and she didn't do it, and that she took some FBI agent's advice, or several of them advising her, and she took that, and in the end she knows that they don't really have to bear the guilt that she has to bear for not putting that money out there. Like, they can walk away from this and they maybe feel some guilt, but they might be able to reconcile their guilt by saying, well, no proof of life was ever offered, so it wasn't justified. But on the other, Savannah might say to herself, I had the money and I had the final call. I didn't do this. And so this is something that I struggle with at the emotional level, because it's something that it wasn't a lack of money that kept this from happening. And that was the struggle. I mean, some people could say, like, well, I couldn't afford this, that, and the other thing, which would be a legitimate thing to say. But in this instance, that she could. And so now I can't imagine her guilt, in not doing so, and that the moment has passed, and that I can't fathom it. I can't.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a perspective. I really don't want to talk about the letters, but I'm going to say it, okay? Honestly, even though how she worded it on TV, I don't believe any of them were real. That's my opinion. If somebody else can have a different opinion, you're allowed to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the FBI didn't push her to do it because they knew no matter what it said in there was not real. Because did you see what came out today about the 2 young high school kids that were arrested in Arizona, who got a message from a guy on the internet? High school kids went to the same high school, never met each other, and they did a home invasion. And the gentleman who contacted them over the web asked them to go do a home invasion, and they would get paid $1,000 each to go and try to get money from these people. So they beat these people up, and then they left. They couldn't get their money. They left, and then they got arrested. So that was on the news. I saw that today. So that's not a lie at all. So who's to say that somebody didn't contact another person to do this to Nancy? Like, these 2 boys got contacted.
Right.
And that's what they're saying. They're saying that maybe somebody else got propositioned for people to go in and get Nancy, and they were going to pay her and then go. I mean, the dark web, anybody can send anything to TMZ and all these networks, but that doesn't mean it's real, or it doesn't mean that the person who actually took the lady out of the house sent that note. That's what my opinion is. Other people can have different ones, but after I saw this news today, because it was on this morning, right after Savannah's interview, it came onto TV. So, and these 2 high school kids are in jail right now with no bail because what they did to this older couple, and they wanted all this money from them.
Yeah, but you see, that is the same type of crime, a similar type of crime that's on the upswing that's being committed now. And of course, the reason why Savannah was targeted, and this is a ransom and a crypto thing in my mind, and I believe it 100% because it came from everybody from top to bottom, including FBI and now Savannah verifying it. But also, the other thing that about it that targets Savannah, no matter how it is, how Nancy is involved, is because it's Savannah that has the assets. So they're after this amount of money, and if Savannah didn't exist, there wouldn't have been the ransom request or possibly this crime. You know, nobody knows that nobody knows the final motive of this criminal yet, because we don't know what their ultimate goal was. But as Jason was saying a few minutes ago, you know how. And see, I just came into this. I know all about the crime you're talking about with teenagers. That happened over a month ago. That happened maybe 2 months ago now.
No, that's not what they said on the TV.
Okay.
That just happened.
Then we got another copycat. All right. And it sounds just like the one that's been out for at least a month. But anyway, that doesn't matter. This type of crime is on the upswing. And it's, anyway, but what I was trying to get at is that Savannah knows, and the whole family knows, and the brother knows, and somebody at their high level anyway, like security experts. I mean, this is something that I had some involvement in the past with. I just can't go into details. I'm not giving up my identity and stuff, but people since for decades, you know, have been wealthy people, prominent people, have known about the possibilities of home invasions and, you know, being kidnapped as potential things. And this is a long-term thing, even with wealthy people in this country, and it certainly is commonplace elsewhere in the world. But so this potential was always there with the Savannah's family on some level, you know, and just came in a weird way. I think, honestly, I think it got, the idea got implanted again with her interaction in November, either on national television that played locally, and then the local connection with somebody triggered it. That's because of all this ego-driven, emotional involvement to make this a publicity event. And you know, this person engaging this made this at least a national event, and probably could guess that this was going to be international in its impact by doing this. So they were flaunting their ability, or their you know, putting themselves on the world stage to flaunt the police, FBI, all this stuff. If you're plotting it out, I mean, that level.
Yeah, but they didn't succeed though, because they got no money, and nobody's really talking about it anymore.
Well, no, we don't know that they didn't succeed. If this is just as I said as I started this right now talking, is that we don't know the ultimate motive of this person, what the ultimate satisfaction. This is something that I see. This is where you get back to the ransom and what Savannah and the family should have done. She should have paid. I've worked the logic out in my frame where I believe 100%, and I don't understand why they didn't work it through. If I can work it through in 2 days, a brilliant way to respond to them, they should have been able to do it, because they have a way bigger background and they knew they were. Anyway, I just think that I would not let the FBI control anything on that. You know, to me, the minute your mother was ransomed, and they knew it right away, the brother did, and the police did, and everybody that knew this was coming, and the ransom note came in perfectly timed the very next day. So you know your mother's going to die maybe without the medicines, and they purposely left the medicine bottles and the purse, the money, the medicine bottle, to show, to show everybody that we got her. We're not robbers here. And they even left, and this is where I think this person, whoever did this, did make a fatal flaw. It looks like they left her cell phone, because that's what Savannah said. So this is all true. So that is really tough,
no.
in my opinion.
I know what you're saying, Space Cat. What I'm saying is, no one's really talking about it anymore. Criminals do stuff either to get money or to get off on the heist that they've done. Some criminals just kill for the enjoyment of it. So you have to look at it now like that, because nobody's really laying that out anymore. Yeah, she might feel guilt, and her brother and sister and the brother-in-law. But what I'm saying is, even though whoever wrote those letters, we don't know if they got money or not. Okay, I don't know that. But
hang on,
because they wrote...
I was trying to finish my point, and you're jumping in a little bit before I can get to what I was trying to say. And I don't like that, because it changes direction. I got to make a final point here. Is that what the point is with this situation, with this outcome, and the way that this criminal left all the hints and everything behind, showed them that unless there's evidence, and that would have been there, that this was an SA, that would have been obvious there, because they have ways to determine that. All right, so we know, at least based on everything, the way Savannah and everything's reacting, this is primarily a ransom attempt to get money first. That is the highest belief, primary point of this crime. It still may not have been that, but it's part of the crime, and it was, in my opinion, definitely an attempt to be paid. But all I'm trying to say is that the family had fair warning and everything right from the beginning, within 24 hours. And in a case like that, when your mother could or could not already be dead, you know she's going to die under the stress and the lack of medical care or whatever, and her poor health condition. She's so subject to internal bleeding, just by being bumped around and moved and stuff. So the point is, in my opinion, what they should have done is pay immediately.
Okay, but you said that ad nauseum. I'm serious now. You have said that everybody here in the chat knows.
I never said immediately like that. Like Tuesday or something. That we drew it all out till Thursday deadline, and then the next following Monday.
Okay, but I really do think everybody knows that what you think.
I've never said that before, ever, until now. And I'm just trying to say, I'm looking in hindsight's 2020, but to me, that's the only logical thing to do, because ultimately...
But that's to you, though, but you have to be open-minded.
No. I cannot finish my point, because ultimately, they controlled whether she lives or dies, whether the ransom is paid or not. If they sent in proof of life at any point in time, that never mattered, because they were going to control whether she lived or died ultimately. First.
That's if they're real. If they're real, you don't work for the FBI. The FBI especially...
the family said they're real. Yeah,
no, the family... No. Now you're putting a lot of words in people's... No, they didn't.
Yep.
No, they didn't. She tends... I have her exact quote. She tends to believe. Tends to believe they were real.
Yes, I know that.
That's not the family. Right. I have the transcript.
I know she says I tend to believe they're real.
Right. You just said the family said they're real. That's not true. Savannah, Annie and Tommaso and Cameron have said nothing about the ransom notes. Nothing. She said, I tend to believe they're real. You said the family said they're real. You also said the FBI verified them. That is also false.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not.
Yes, it is.
I did
Yes, it
never
is.
say they.
Please
Will
find
you
me the
please
source
send me-
where the FBI verifies they are
I didn't
authentic.
say it that way. I never
You
said
did.
it that way.
You said that
No,
they've
you
been
can go back and-
verified.
Look, I don't want to be arguing back and forth. That's not what I said. I know exactly what I said. I
Okay.
said that the FBI, the head guy, is quoted there saying, and I have to correct everybody every time. I don't know why I have to do this every time, because you all
Well,
have some agenda to prove otherwise. What the FBI
Because
agent,
there's no,
let me say
no,
what the
there
FBI
isn't.
I just want to say what the
No,
FBI agent said.
You're saying
Can I
Cash
say what
Patel
I did?
said they are authentic?
said this.
I know what I
You're
said
saying?
that they said. They said, let me finish what I've always said. I've never changed what I've said. I'm saying it again now, so you can then say I didn't say it again or something. I said that the FBI investigators that were there knew that the whoever sent the ransom notes had information that only the criminals and only the FBI investigators knew were real, knew were only the criminals could know. So yes, that makes the ransom note validated.
No.
Because they're not going to, yes it does.
Okay.
When they, okay,
anyway, that's
Space Cat,
Space
Cat, that's your opinion.
That's
When
your
they-
opinion.
okay,
That's not what it says. It
That's your
says
opinion.
while they
when
contained
they
that, they
come
could not
on-
authenticate them.
Exactly. And when they come on TV,
I have
an
a different
FBI
quote.
agent, when an FBI agent comes on TV and says to the public with that crazy sheriff and says, oh, yes, this ransom note is real, people. They have not done that, ever. You're in, okay, what are we, 55 or 56 days into this?
54, I think, yeah. 54, I think. 54, I think it is.
I don't want him to think that we're ganging up on him. I'm not. Okay?
Right.
Okay?
I know I know you all
Okay.
misinterpret what I say. You're misinterpreting.
No, I'm not.
You do it all the
No,
time.
I'm not.
So,
No, I am not, dude. You act
I
like I'm stupid. I understand everything you're saying, okay? You're involved in a missing case. You have a lot of passion in this case. For 55 days or 54 days, this lady was either killed 24 to 48 hours, whether any note was real or not. Okay? So you have to look at it as, if my mother was dead in 48 hours, you think I'm going to pay money just to get her body back? For what? To put her back in the ground? If they already put her in the ground, I wouldn't have paid $6 million or $1 million. I mean, that's common sense. That's my perspective. You have a
Yep.
different one.
Well,
But they're not saying anything else about these letters. They haven't spoke about
so-
these letters in weeks,
yeah.
Right.
and they haven't.
And you're not even seeing headlines saying something like, oh, FBI says a mistake made.
Yeah.
Ransom should have been paid. You're not even seeing, nobody's saying that. Savannah's not saying that. Savannah's not saying
let
she
me-
has guilt for not paying the ransom. She's not saying anything about that.
Yeah, I'm just explaining my point of view that what they should have done was pay, because they had a chance to catch the criminals, to validate that the criminals were still around, and that this whole and then it put the whole thing on the spot with the family, clearing the family too. The whole thing is just a disaster, because
In your opinion,
by
though.
not paying. Well, no, this is obvious what's playing out.
No,
And
it's not obvious.
The point,
If it was obvious, Savannah would be saying, I have great guilt for not paying the ransom because...
Can I at least finish a point without just being talked over? Because
You're finishing a lot of points.
no, there's no point in
Okay,
me
I know.
talking if it's going to be talked over right away. All right, because I can't complete my thought. All right. All I'm trying to say is that I already said, I don't know what the outcome of the ultimate goal of this criminal is. It might have been sadistically to play a ransom game and then ultimately kill her. I've said that repeatedly for days now, that the criminal, the family, no matter what, never had any control. 100%.
You don't know that.
Can I finish what I'm
Oh
saying?
my gosh.
This is a fact. The family never had any control whether she came back alive or dead, whether they paid or not. That's an ultimate end point that I don't know what it is that can't get into people's system, that you can't understand that aspect of the crime.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Have you ever watched a missing case before without a ransom? Have you ever watched any other case besides this one? Because when people go missing, the first important thing they tell you is 24 or 48 hours. They have no information in between those times. Their loved one, God forbid, is not going to be alive after that. Ever watch any missing case, not even with a ransom? And that's a proven fact. If you know...
Makes my point. Makes my point. That's why you pay the ransom immediately. God, it's just exactly making my point.
Okay, I could kidnap you tomorrow, right, and get a ransom, and you could be dead in 10 minutes, man. I could get the money and kill you.
I've already said all this. I don't know what you're making my point for me. I mean, the point is the reason why you pay it right away is because you had a crypto account that's 100% traceable, that's going to let you go back and catch this person way more likely than you ever will, having done what the outcome is now, because everything apparently has gone cold, unless they've got the person and they got to just build that evidence for the case. I allow and hope for that. In fact, I hope that's the case, because this is a total disaster if that isn't happening already. It doesn't look like it. I'm one of the few people that believe that something like that actually is likely taking place right now. But you don't hear that out there elsewhere. But the whole point, what I was trying to complete my thoughts about all of this was that another key thing that I figured out emotionally or psychologically with this ransom note, which I've never said before, which I would have said like 5 minutes ago if we didn't keep debating the same stuff over. But the other thing I figured out since I came up with this needing to pay immediately is also if the family valued her body differently, okay, they already saw a sign that this ransom person is on a negotiable timeline. All right, so they gave you 2 days. They gave you till Thursday to pay $4 million, and I believe it was Monday to pay $6 million. The amounts don't matter. That's probably right. But so what the family, in my opinion, should have done, and knowing that this is a timeline, it costs a lot more to keep her mother alive. More every minute counts. Her survivability is if they then wanted to value her dead body or something. What I would have done is pay immediately, like $100,000, $500,000, whatever, doesn't matter. At least $100,000 in the crypto account, and say, we believe you. We want to work with you. Here's $100,000 down payment, and you give us how we're going to get our mother back or something. It's something to start the contact with them. Also, that would help the police if they take that money at that point and run, because again, whether your mother's alive or dead, that you have never had any control over that. It doesn't matter what you say to this person. They're going to decide no matter what. So what you want to do is be as helpful and as agreeable as you possibly can. Whether you have to lie through your teeth to do it or whatever, fine. This is what you need to do. So put in some down payment, $1 million. I mean, that was worth it to them. to try to
Okay.
catch these people for $1 million. All right, so what I'm trying to say is you put something down and just say we want her back, and then if you send us proof of life, like I said the other day, how to do it. You ask the question. Savannah asked the questions, so that you will know that and see then the ransom holder has gotten some money. They can run with it, $1 million, whatever, and then you're asking for proof of life, and then they have until Thursday or even before to answer. All right, so maybe if this criminal, maybe if this criminal thinks they're really going to get away with this, they're saying, "Oh, here's $1 million down payment. Let me finish. So here's $1 million down payment, so I can use that money to get clean away. All right, I'm going to get it. I need $1 million more. You don't know what the financial situation this person is, but you want to give them incentive. So put in $1 million, got $1 million more. Then you ask for proof of life, and then they ask them to give that back to you right away, and then you'll pay the balance because again, you had no choice.
Okay, you've said this like ad nauseum. I'm serious, and the chat is agreeing.
It's not ad nauseum. I just completed this thought just now for the first time since we've been talking.
And we all have deja vu.
This is the first time I've ever said this.
Oh, okay.
This is a way.
No, you need to watch Carolyn's other shows that you and Jason have been on. You've been saying this for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
we're beyond this,
and people are really turned off by it's enough. We're not morons. We just don't believe. We don't agree with you, and you can't handle that. We don't agree with you.
This is the first time I've ever said this method of payment and how to do it the best way possible.
Okay.
You've never go find the recording and spell it out. Just what I said in the last 5 minutes. You won't. I've never said this before.
Yeah, you
never
have.
Been able
okay.
To.
It's your point of view, and we understand that, but you have to understand, Space Cat, 5 days already. The ransom letters you could put it weeks ago. They're not even talking about it anymore.
Hi, Dookie. I missed you so much.
I'm not trying to be rude, but nobody's talking about it anymore. Media is not talking about it because you know why they're not talking about it? They're not getting ratings anymore. They got the ratings they wanted to. Just like TMZ and all those other channels that got whatever letters they got. Nobody's talking about it anymore because they don't need the ratings. They already got them.
Okay, this is the first time anyway I've given out an idea how the family could have given them an incentive to pay up, to get their mother back alive, most likely.
Well, they didn't do it.
And also catch the criminal. And I know what Carolyn's and your opinions are. I'm just curious if Jason's still here, what he thinks about this idea psychologically, rather than do what they did.
Well, Carolyn, can we just agree to disagree? And I know there's other people that are willing to talk. So we need to let other people talk as well. Space Cat, don't talk over me. We all need to be kind to each other and let other people speak as well. Okay? So now we need to move on to the next person that was waiting to chat.
I was asking for Jason's opinion. You all have been talking here. I don't know, a lot longer
you've been talking.
You've been talking, and you do not run the channel. Carolyn
I'm not running the channel. Just asking for Jason
because you're trying to run the channel. You're saying, "Oh, I already told Jason he could talk." This is Carolyn's channel, not your channel. Sorry,
but
we need to agree to disagree and move on. We gave you time to talk, and now we need to move on to something else. There's other people that are waiting to talk as well. We have to be respectful to other people in the chat as well.
There's only Jason is the only other.
No, the people in the chat that you can't see are they're leaving. They're saying if this topic continues, I'm out of here. I'll be back for the True Crime Live. I can't take this anymore. He said this over and over and over again. You can't read the chat.
I can read the chat.
They don't want to hear it anymore. Does that mean anything?
Well, I don't know. I don't know who all is saying it. You know, there's some people that like
everyone, every person. Jason, would you tell him, since he only wants to hear you talk, what the chat's saying?
So, believe
I don't
it
care
or not,
to have a discussion with Jason to see
Let
what he
other
thinks.
people talk. You're
I know you
talking
want to have a
over
discussion
people.
with Jason, but it's not the Space and Jason show.
Okay, all right, just go on. I can't get someone else's opinion. I value that.
No, you value. There, you said it. You only value Jason's opinion because he agrees with you.
No, I value his opinion. I've never heard it before. I just gave out some new information tonight, and I'm just wondering what he thinks about it. I don't see anything wrong. We've talked for 4 or 5
Right, I know.
hours.
You just discount me. You don't value. My opinion doesn't have value. Margaret's opinion.
You could go talk for another half hour or so, and I won't even say a thing, and then maybe we can come back to Jason's opinion then.
No, we can't because I'll be doing my True Crime Live. But, Jason, can you tell him what the chat is saying?
actually,
I don't care what the...
Oh,
I can't see what the
I know
chat
you
is.
don't care, but I do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get information.
But I can say some things, though, if you'd like me to share.
Okay.
Sure. So I'm going to side with Carolyn on this, and the other lady on the channel who just spoke, whose username I can't pronounce.
Oh, Jen Girl.
Jen Girl? That's a beautiful dog, by the way.
Oh, thank
that
you.
You're with. Yeah. But I want to side with Carolyn on this, Space Cat, and the reason why is because although the things that you say are important to you, we do have to balance other people's opinions and what they think are important, and it may or may not relate to what you think is important. And it really is true that it is Carolyn's show. So if Carolyn was to call on someone and say, okay, you want to share your opinion now, then that's appropriate for that person then to venture their opinion and speak up, because Carolyn is giving the consent that that's okay. But that's respecting boundaries. And I think that really is important here, because if the chat, for example, senses that it's a man show or that someone's dominating someone's space and being disrespectful, then everyone chills out on that. They don't like that. And I certainly don't blame them either, because most of the people who are on this channel have known Carolyn for quite some time, and they know that she runs this channel. And so I'm on her side as far as the things that get discussed. So my point in moving forward is that if she says that we're done talking about the ransom letter, then we're done talking about the ransom letter. And I do want to respect that. As far as anything else that has been said, I guess I just want to bring this back to Savannah and the family. And that is, and I brought this point up earlier when we talk about the emotional side of things, is that this family has been discredited left and right. They'll say one things, they'll put things. I've watched them cry in front of a memorial, and people will criticize and say, oh, they really didn't mean, they weren't genuine when they were crying, and they examine the brother-in-law's gait, and they compare it to someone else, and they criticize every little thing. They discredit what they do. And I want to bring this point home, because we can't have our cake and eat it too. In other words, if we say, well, we can believe some things the family says, but other things we can't believe that they say. I can't get on board with that. And so where I'm going with this is that I'm not going to discredit Savannah if Savannah says, I tend to believe that the ransom letters were true. I'm not going to discredit that. I'm going to say, okay, Savannah must have really believed that. Mm-hmm. And as far as beyond anything beyond that, I don't know that I need to discuss anything further, because we beat the horse dead so many times. But I just want to put it out, Carolyn, that you run the show here, and maybe it's better that if we have some type of timed replies so that people know that, because Space, I just want to say that part of, I think, being responsible and being respectful to Carolyn is there's kind of these unspoken rules, and what they are is basically that it's okay to have the floor, but if you hold the floor for too long, people begin to think in their mind that you're dominating the space. And that would even go with me. And so if I've been guilty of that, I want to apologize. But the bottom line is that, so there's kind of these unspoken things that we have to read between the lines and be sensitive about, that taking too much time, especially if someone says, we've got your point, you don't need to keep going, then it's very clear. So only thing I want to say in conclusion is that moving forward, in my opinion, Carolyn calls the shots. Carolyn wants topics discussed. That's what we discuss. And this is her show. And she knows what her audience wants to hear.
That's the most important thing. If the audience doesn't want to hear it, and the audience is saying, we're leaving, we'll come back at the other time, or I can't take this again, this is 5 days on this subject. You've got to read a room, okay? And you've got to give people what they want, unless we just want to sit here and listen to ourselves. They don't want to hear it anymore, and that's got to tell you that people have heard it.
Just let me say that before all this complaint started, and yesterday we couldn't even talk about it. There was no talking about the Carolyn, except what you wanted to report in the news as far as Savannah goes. But before this, we've been allowed to explore in great minutia about things, and it was left to us that without anybody disagreeing with it, that we could come back the next day and cover this other subject. That got all changed, and I know that somebody, why is there an echo here? Somebody's got their mute open or something.
Nobody, I'm wearing headphones.
Yeah, well, anyway, I'm hearing a bounce back there for a second. But so anyway, so I know that Margaret is the key here, who's had her feelings hurt and apparently left for a few days.
Don't even go there, okay? Okay, listen. You need to.
Oh, no, did he just say no? No, that's not nice, Space.
Yeah,
that's really not nice.
No. Carolyn, it's okay. You need to go back Monday, okay, and last week, Thursday, you guys talked about these ransom letters like you're beating a horse. And the horse is so dead, it can't even disintegrate. You have talked about this for 8 days. So don't even blame it on me, because I'm on here tonight. So don't go in that area, okay?
Well, you all were talking about it before I even started talking. So I asked to give my opinion. You all were talking about it. So
before you came on the panel tonight,
while we're talking,
I'm not going to yell. Before you came on the panel tonight, and you can ask Jason and Caroline, we were talking about emotions that Savannah had. We were not even talking about those stupid letters. So you need to go listen to her live 8 days back, because you guys have the shit out of this ransom letter, and you're trying to tell me that you haven't. No, be quiet. I'm talking. For a person who you are, you need to go back and listen to her channel, and it's Caroline's channel. You have talked about this subject for 8 days straight. I don't want to hear it anymore. If you don't want to hear that, I'm sorry, but it's all over the chat. Don't be blaming it on me, because I'm on the panel tonight.
It's not Margaret's fault, and you really owe Margaret an apology, because you were incredibly rude to her.
Right, we all need to take accountability for what we do, too. We have to be respectful to others. That's not okay.
Yeah, and that's really, really rude. You just can't, just because someone doesn't agree with you, Space, you get really rude and really nasty. And and even Jason told you the other day, I don't understand why you can't get this through your head. Like you're saying, you're stupid because we don't believe what you're saying, because we don't agree.
So I will say something, if I may interject, and that is, so space, and this is just something that is a very handy thing, especially when people are debating different topics. And that is, so that let's say that someone is going on and they're trying to make a point about something, and you say, well, hold on, I want to say something before I forget. It just came to my mind. Well, that's fine because you get to continue your thought, but you just interrupted theirs. And now they have to listen to what you have to say and then recollect what they were originally thinking to continue on after you get done making your point. And an easier way to handle that rather than you interjecting and saying, hold on, I need to get it out there, is to have a notepad in front of you and just jot down the points that you want to say so that you don't have to get it out there right then. Because I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, if I don't get it out there, I'm not going to remember this. Well, you don't have to if you just jot it down and then wait for your turn, and then you got your little points that you can put out there. The other thing I want to say too is there's what the ladies are really trying to say here is they're trying to say that we as men need to be better at sharing the space and being sensitive to other people's opinions and topics, and most specifically Carolyn's opinion. That's what they're really trying to tell us. And so the right thing to do here is to, rather than kind of want to argue and present our sides and validate ourselves, the correct thing to do is to be good listeners and then just kind of go with the flow. I don't want to be kicked out of this channel. I
Right.
enjoy
The only thing, and listen, I'll tell you something. Okay, what's offensive is like when Space you say, I'd like to ask somebody who I respect, Jason, if you. That is so rude, unbelievably rude to whoever else is on panel, because you're telling us, number one, you don't respect us. Now, we happen to be all women, so then that really gets something. Where are you just respecting Jason because he's a male? Are you respecting him for something else? But it's incredibly rude to say something like that. And you do a lot, like when you would come on. My daughter, no, let me, no, I get the floor. No, no, my turn. Because I've been holding this for a long time. My daughter-in-law was here the other night, Gia. Gia was here. All you wanted to know is, where is Jason? Are you sure you sent him the number? Can he come up here? I was trying to talk with Gia. Mr. Wu asked her to say something in Spanish. Anything that didn't pertain to Nancy Guthrie or something was like a big to-do, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we're going to talk about this. Everybody else didn't matter. You will always say, oh, well, Jason and I can discuss that, or Jason and I will do that, but nobody else, can call in. And this channel's always had other people on panel and calling in, and I noticed that a lot of people felt put off. First of all, it's two men, and you're very rude, and you told Margaret off, and you really owe her an apology.
I hung up the other night because you were rude. And I'm not trying to put you out there, dude, but I did. You wouldn't let me talk. You called me dumb. And don't get me wrong, I'm not perfect.
Did not call you dumb. Go find it. Go record it. I don't do that. No, I just said you're repeating the same thing, the same point several times, and I didn't want to argue. I said I didn't want to. No, it's not. I said I didn't want to argue about the same thing. I asked to move on because I said you have your opinion. You have your opinion, and I have mine, and they're obviously different, and we're never going to cross paths on it. That's what I said, and that's being respectful.
No, you didn't. You said to me, this is what you said to me.
Just different. Okay. It's different.
Okay, this is what you said. This is what you said. Oh, my God, you believe Tommaso is involved, just like everybody else on What's the Face's channel. And I said to you, no, I'm not watching anybody's channel. That's exactly what you said to me, man. I am not perfect, because if I was, I'd be upstairs with God already. Okay? So I know when I'm wrong, and I know when I'm right. Okay? And I'll admit when I'm wrong. Okay? So I'm not trying to put you out there in the spotlight, but sometimes, like Jason said, you got to let somebody else talk. Whether they're a man or a woman. Okay? I'm trying to throw you out there to the wolves at all.
The other thing too,
respectful person.
the other thing too, if I can add in, is that we all have been in situations in life where someone may have came to us and said, "Hey, you offended me. You said something that was hurtful." And the person said, "Well, what did you say?" And you tell the person, "Well, you said this." And the person's like, "Well, I didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean for you to take it that way." Well, here's the thing, is the person's feelings still got hurt. And so the point is that even sometimes when there's a misunderstanding, it's always good to offer up, "Hey, if I did offend you in some way, I want to apologize." And so I just want to make it clear to everyone listening right now and anyone in the chat. First of all, I do value everyone's opinion and Carolyn's as well. And secondly, I do want to apologize if I offended anyone on this channel, because I think that what we're here to do is to have good discussion, friendly discussion, treat each other respectfully. And if there's a feeling that that's not happening, these are the kind of discussions that we need to have.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're 100% right, Jason. Yes, I agree with you. So, Space, I don't want you to think I'm trying to throw you out there under the bus. I'm not, okay? I'm here to agree to disagree. Everybody's allowed their own opinion. Everybody thinks different. Everybody talks different. And words come out of people's mouths different than other people. And we're allowed to believe our own thing. And what Jason just said is 100% right. So if you think, I apologize to you if I said anything hurtful to you. Okay, Space?
Yeah, I'm pretty unhappy with the situation. I really am, because I feel like I've been trying to talk with Jason a couple of times here, and it's just we already know Carolyn's and your opinion, Margaret, that's your name, about this thing. I'm not trying to argue with you all about any of that. I'm just trying to get out my new ideas, and it's not to go over the minutia of the ransom over and over and over. If we play this back, the ransom was being talked about, whether it was real or not, and then I wanted to get my 2 cents in, but that was not the point of me calling in. I wanted to continue on with the case like Jason and I left it when you weren't there.
See, that is so unbelievably rude.
Can I finish?
No.
That is so rude.
I'm not being
You're
rude.
alienating people from the panel. Like, you're telling Margaret she's a nothing and nobody. Just get out of here. I just want to continue with Jason. Carolyn, you're a nothing nobody. Jen, get the hell off of here.
I didn't say that.
But that's exactly what you're saying. You just don't even realize that you're saying it.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I said,
oh my God, dude. You're not listening to what you're saying. This is Caroline's channel. He is the one who created it.
I can see you're just not even going to listen to
Oh
the
my
meaning
gosh,
of what
we are listening. That's the problem. We hear exactly what you're saying. You're saying that nobody matters to you to talk to but Jason. And now Margaret's here, Jen's here, and Carolyn's here. This is just ridiculous.
Can I have 2 minutes to talk without being interrupted by both of you? Just to complete my thought. All right. What I was trying to say.
Wow.
Oh
my gosh. Oh my God. I have to laugh. Because do you understand?
Maybe I should just go. Maybe I should just leave the panel here.
Well,
no.
But do you understand what she just said to you?
That's just for me to go.
No. Are we 10? Do you understand what Caroline just said to you?
Can I finish my thought or not? Because I just go. Okay? You can get rid of me. It's right. You just decide.
You're the one that wants to get rid of us. You just said you want to talk to Jason. Now Margaret's up here. And then what? Then Carolyn and Jen are up here. And that's just,
Okay, never mind. I'm just going to leave for tonight. This is just too... You all are going to talk over me constantly. We're not going to work anything through. This is the outcome you really want.
We are trying to work through it. You're giving us an ultimatum. You're going to leave or else if we don't.
Because you're not letting me talk to finish my thought. So what's the point of me sitting here for listening to you.
But
all
can you
telling
just
me
acknowledge what you just said? You said, I want to talk to Jason, and now Margaret's up here. How does that make Margaret feel?
I already offered to not talk for like a half an hour. How about I come back in an hour? Okay, then I can talk. You all go on. Okay, I'll come back and I'll just sit here. You all talk all you want for the next half hour, and then I'll come back and ask Jason finally what I wanted to talk about. Go ahead. All right, I'm quiet now. Half an hour, maybe an hour. Just go on.
Space. Is he still there?
Yeah,
Carol?
he's still there.
All right. Space, can you hear me? I'm not going to speak
Yes,
if
I'm
we
here.
do.
I'm just going to let you all go talk for the next half hour or hour, whatever it is you need to get it out of your system so that I'm not interrupting. Just go on.
But will you listen to me, Space?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm not going away. I'm going to. You all can go on for 30 minutes. I'm not going to say a damn thing.
Okay. I don't intend on going on for 30 minutes, the first thing. The second thing is that if you wanted to, I'm just saying, if you wanted to have a conversation about the evidence in the case, and this is what you really want to get into, I understand that. But I want you to understand that what the ladies are talking about, there's something deeper going on here. And it's the dynamics of the channel and the chat. This is what they're talking about. They're not saying that what you're saying is irrelevant or wrong, but what's going on right now is that we're trying to basically sync with each other. We're trying to say, like, okay, we're developing this level of respect and this rapport, and it has nothing to do about the evidence with the Nancy Guthrie case. It has everything to do with how we interact with each other. So when you were being thrown a bone earlier, when it was said, listen, Space, if I offended you in any way, I apologize. What they were really looking for coming back from you is the same thing. They were hoping for you to come on and to say, you know what, I know that maybe I do run on longer than what I should sometimes, and that I've said some things that, even though I didn't necessarily mean them that way, that they were taken the wrong way, and people have told me that, their feelings were hurt, and because of that, if I offended anybody, I do apologize. That's what they wanted to hear. That's what, and because what we're trying to do is we're trying to right ourselves. It's like a ship that's kind of laying on its side, and we're trying to get back to the right position. But so there's this personality dynamic that needs to be addressed because certain people have certain concerns. And as men, I'm telling you from a man to a man, not from the ladies saying it, I'm saying from guy to guy. What they're telling you right now is they just want you to own the fact that you have flaws as well, and that you're going to be respectful moving forward, and that if Carolyn wants to run things a certain way, then you're going to be respectful of that, and you're going to be respectful of the space because she's the operator of the channel. That's really all that they want to hear, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm just saying that this is when I'm reading in and I'm listening back and I'm thinking, okay, what's really taking place here? It's not anything about the Nancy Guthrie evidence. I'll tell you that right now. It's everything about how we treat each other across this channel. And I will tell you, I'll tell you man to man, Space, that you have great ideas, but sometimes you have a very forceful way of speaking that even I kind of found a little bit strong. And I don't mind someone presenting good facts and thoughts, but when it comes across in a way that it hurts other people's feelings, then you know that you went too far. That's just the thing about it. Now, I know that somebody could say, well, just because somebody got their feelings hurt, well, that person's too sensitive. Well, that's disrespecting someone else's emotions. No, it is. I mean, you could even say to yourself, well, Carolyn, because she feels this way, it doesn't have a basis. Well, yeah, it does have a basis, as everyone else's point does. So there's an interpersonal thing going on here that I'm just telling you man to man, that if we want to sync up, then we have to respect, number one, the person who runs this channel, And if this person says that they have certain things that they want to be respected, that we go with that. I mean, that's just it. Like, I agree that you got great ideas and love to discuss them with you. But and that's until I get the go ahead from the boss, and she's the boss. So that's all I want to say, Space, is I like you as a person, and I don't think anybody wants to like beat up on Space, because I've seen in the chat many people say good things about you. So I don't want you sitting there thinking like, oh, these people hate me or all this, that. You got a lot of good things to say. It's just that when it comes to boundaries, and this even goes for me too, because I got little hints here and there that even I myself need to be corrected, and I'm open to that. I want to be corrected because I want to get along with people. Mm-hmm. So, that's Carolyn. I know you run. I don't want to talk for too long.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I mean, it's just that, and my husband even says, well, sometimes it's because I'm too passive and I don't like a lot of conflict, that I don't set boundaries properly, or I ask other people to set the boundaries. I ask Scooter, come up here with the hammer, and I have to be more assertive and say what it is, because like I said, I could not name any creator that would allow some of the stuff that's been done here, and that's my own fault, and I apologize for that. And it's possibly because I'm not setting clear boundaries from the get-go, and I'm sorry for that. But what it is, I can't have people be disrespected, and that's the most important thing, Space. We don't want to disrespect you, but we can't have you disrespecting people either, because that's wrong. And then there's like a whole sexist thing, because you seem to be negating the women. Like, it's like, oh, I just want to talk to the Jason because I respect his opinion. I want to talk to and then you just said very flippantly, and now Margaret's up on panel, and then. And after what you did to her, 8 days ago, I mean, it's really very hurtful. So that's my point of view.
I want to say I like you, Space. I think you're a nice guy, and I've seen so many positive things about you in the chat. So I hope that you're not I hope you don't look at this and say that you feel that, this is a big punishment thing and that people are out to get you, because I certainly don't think of that. I like you. I think that you're great. I think sometimes, and there's a great point brought up by someone, that sometimes we can get obsessed with something where we get so passionate about it and so into it that we forget that other people might not be that into it. They might want to talk about other things. And so we have to kind of plug in. Like, if it was just you and I, Space, we could go 1,000,000 miles an hour in our own direction that we ever want to go. But there's other people here, and their opinions matter.
Yeah, and maybe you start looking at the chat, and you see, like, the chat's like, okay, come on now, please. We beat this horse, to death. This is animal cruelty on crack. We can't do this anymore. We can't beat this horse anymore. PETA's outside. Come on. So it's just time to move on, and there is like an obsession about it, and it's not that it's, then we have to agree to disagree, and then other people think that you're blaming Savannah and feeling bad about that, saying like, oh, before, like, oh, she's guilty for not paying the ransom, or she's feeling guilty now, and that's a whole nother can of worms. So it's like, I think on many reasons why that's like enough. And then to realize that we don't know everything. And she hasn't told us everything. You don't know what the FBI has said to her. So that's your opinion, and what you think is brilliant, and it's foolproof, and it's 100%. I guarantee you it's not. Because if it was, the FBI would have said, do this. Okay? So that's what I'm saying. We don't know a lot of things, and we haven't been trained in a lot of things. So, yeah, we could think, oh, that sounds great, and then eventually we find out.
What I suggest, if you want me to further participate, is we just put each other on a maximum time limit and stop this back and forth, because you're repeating these things over and over. I don't think that's helpful. If we could just get on on a 5-minute panel, and then 5-minute time limit or something each, and then we rotate no matter what. That's the time limit, and then each person to put their own opinion across, and their own aspect that they want to contribute, and then if somebody doesn't like it, because there are going to be people that are going to like it and some that aren't, and then they only have to listen to it for whatever that time limit is, say 5 minutes, whatever. That's that way, because I've been able to talk very little about my ideas time-wise. Way more time has been spent criticizing me here. It's like 90% of the time since I came in has been criticizing me, and I've had 10% of the time to even respond back. So I think it's just better, if we're going to go anywhere tonight and you don't want me to disappear for half an hour or something, just be put on a rotating time limit and we can express our things.
Well,
otherwise, if I can't express my own opinion about what I want, then I'm just being excluded, and some people are interested even in the ransom aspect. That's not what I'm wanting to talk about. That was just the other stuff I was trying to say the other night. When we left it the other day before Margaret came back, is that and
see, but that's rude. That's rude. You see what I mean? That is really rude.
That has nothing to do with me.
That you're alienating Margaret. Why do you want to do that?
Yeah, you need to regroup yourself, man. Because
she wasn't here because you offended her so bad 8 days ago. It took us this long to get her back on the panel.
Okay. So don't put me and don't use me as your crutch. Okay? I've listened to the channel when I wasn't on there, and you guys have talked about the ransom. So when you go off tomorrow, you need to go back to Caroline's channel and hear how long you have talked about this ransom without me even being there. Okay? So don't put the blame on me. We were having a good conversation.
Can I? All right. Let me ask you this.
It's my time to talk. Now it's my time to talk.
We're talking over.
Yeah.
There's no. I have no time.
Because you're using me. You're using me as a clutch, and don't do that, dude. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Don't use me as a clutch, because we had no problem before, and 8 days ago you tried to discredit me, and then people were emailing me hateful shit. Okay?
Nobody was discrediting you.
Yes.
If you go back,
you
go back and
were.
find out where
Using me as
I was not discrediting you.
No.
I said you had an opinion.
You need to regroup yourself.
You can't even hear what I say to you.
No, I'm not, because you keep bringing my name up, and I haven't been on the panel for 8 days. So don't use me as a clutch.
Right. Can I just?
So you need to have an open mind.
Can I have like 3 minutes?
You need to think of that.
Okay, so this is the way the game is played. You just start talking over me, so I can't even finish and complete my thought. I'm not taking.
Yes, because you're using me as a clutch, and I am going to talk over you. Because I don't know who you are. No, I don't know who you are. Okay, I've never met you. I've only met you on this panel. So don't use me as a clutch. And I'm going to put you in your place, no matter if you're a man or a woman. And I don't care anymore. Because you know what? I am not the clutch. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and see what you're doing to other people. And go back 8 days ago and listen to every single live that Caroline had. And you could see how you talked about the ransom notes over and over and over. Okay? Because I had to hear it from other people because what you did to me. Okay? I got hateful messages because what you did to me. So yeah, I'm going to speak my piece and I'm going to speak over you. And this is Caroline's channel, and I didn't want to do this. But if I have to put my foot down, I will.
Right, and I felt very bad. I was emailing Margaret. I was begging her to come back on panel, saying, please don't let anybody, I was terrible. And again, I'm blaming myself because I should have said something, that night and put the boundaries, and I didn't, and I apologize for that. And it's my,
No,
but
you
now
shouldn't,
that Margaret's here,
Caroline,
you just like, okay, oh, Margaret's
You
back
did it
again. That's
again.
so hurtful. How would you like that, to
Yeah.
Margaret to say, oh, Space is back again? Oh, do you think about how that would
What are we-
sound?
What are we in
I'll go
10th
back.
grade?
I'll go back.
What are we
I'll go
playing
back
in
and
this?
I'll go back.
Go ahead. You need
I'll go-
to. And hear
I'll go back.
yourself. Because
I'll
we're
go-
not in 5th grade, dude. I don't know how old you are, but I'm 55. And I don't play games like this.
You know, I've
Talk
told,
the talk
yeah,
and
we
walk
used to
the
have a
talk.
Zoom that ran behind the scenes a lot, and there was a lot of people in there. Not everybody clicked with one another, but they didn't hate one another, but they just didn't click sometimes. And I said, you know, not everybody is going to click together, but sometimes that person that you don't always click with, in another situation down the line, you may have something in common with that person, and then that, you know, and then find out, hey, that's a good friend. So you should be courteous to people that are here. No one's here to hurt each other. That's the whole thing. This is supposed to be a community where people care about each other. You may not click but you shouldn't ostracize someone and be like, oh gosh, yeah, Margaret's here again.
Yeah.
You know, that's terrible. How do you think that makes Margaret feel?
I mean, if you want to see my New Yorker, I'll tell you. Because you know what? Even if I was face to face with you, man, instead of over this Caroline's channel, I'd say the same thing. I'm not scared of you. So don't use me as your clutch. You need to look in the mirror at your own self and how you're talking to people and how you try to dominate the situation. And that's exactly what Jason was trying to tell you. When people give you criticism, take it in a good way. Don't take it in a bad way and blame it on somebody else. So it's Friday, but don't blame me, man. I didn't do anything wrong.
No.
Remember, freedom of speech is free. And we're all allowed to have our own opinion and talk the way we want to talk.
Right. And I know, because Scooter was up here that night, and you, like, anyways, to Margaret, like, anyway, like, oh, let's go. And she told you, come on, that's not nice. That's rude.
So
Yeah.
one thing I would like to know, just to, and I don't know how you want to do it on your side, Space, but I certainly on my own side, I just want to ask for those of us who are in the panel right now, or anyone in the chat, is there anything that I need to do or that I have done? In other words, is my apology accepted? When I said earlier that I wanted to apologize if I had offended anyone, because it's important that the air gets cleared.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm asking this question, because if someone were to say, well, James, no, actually, you know, you still have this and this to account for, and that's fine, right? I want to clear the air on my side because, you know, again, I think, you know, and again, Space, I know you can hear me right now. People, what they really want to know is, you know, let's just clear the air. Let's get it out in the open, you know, reconcile, and then we can set our parameters if that's what Carolyn wants and move on. But I want to ask, does anyone have any things that they want to say that I should, you know, account for?
No, I'm fine. Margaret, you have anything for Jason?
I'm good. I mean, if he doesn't like me, then he doesn't like me. But you know what? I'm going to wake up tomorrow and be like, whatever. I mean, it's not the first time people.
No, I think she's talking about Space.
I love.
I'm talking about Space. I mean, if Jason doesn't, I mean, if Space Cat don't like me, you know what? He don't pay my bills, so I don't care. I have my own opinion, my own mind, and I think for myself. But I'm not going to be supposed to and be rude.
Right.
You know, people aren't going to be rude and walk all over me. I don't care if it's a man's world or a woman's world. I don't care if you're a squirrel and you're trying to walk all over me. I'm going to speak my mind, and that's how it is, and that's that New Yorker in me. That's why I was gone for 8 days, Caroline.
Yeah, I know, and I felt terrible, and I was emailing her, and I was telling her, you know, please.
Yeah.
Well, you go.
Because I don't want to disrespect, and I don't want to disrespect Caroline's channel. I've watched this woman's channel for almost 2 years, and I've never disrespected it, and I'm not going to do it now. But don't get me wrong. I'm going to speak my mind, and if you don't like it, then there's the door where the good Lord split you. Okay? Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. If you don't like what I say, then brush it off your shoulders and move on. We're allowed to disagree and debate on things. And I'm not trying to throw him out to the wolves.
Right.
Okay?
Oh my gosh. Are we going to have to keep hearing this? Can we please stop this? This is ridiculous.
We're trying to stop it. We're trying to come to an understanding.
You keep saying this stuff. Give me 3 minutes to just talk here, okay? Carolyn, please email Jason my email address. You have that, Jason. Please get my email from Carolyn. And I've been on X before and run spaces. I would like to run a space with you, Jason, where we can get into the minutia and explore our ideas, because it isn't happening here. It's not going to happen here. They want to move on to other cases, and there's a dominant role here to not share. And people, we already got a primary contributor. Margaret is obviously a financial supporter, has been here a long, long time.
Oh, my gosh.
And she's at odds with me.
Dude, he's just tripping. It's all good. It is all good. This is what you see.
Margaret, did you make my car payment?
Yes.
Did you make that car payment for me?
Yeah.
And the mortgage.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able. I'm not going to be able to contribute here. In a good way.
Because if you are, I feel sorry for your wife. I really do. I really do, because she probably can't say anything.
We can run a pleasant space over on X, and people.
Sure, you just networked and used me to go do that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's fine. Go run your space.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I know that's what you were doing, and I told Jason just the same earlier today.
I would like to explore more in-depth ideas. Yes, I do love Jason's ideas. Okay. He's a brilliant person.
Okay.
He's an excellent facilitator. Okay.
He's excellent.
He's the best person I've come across. One of the very top people that I've ever come across. So yes, I have a high regard for Jason, and I'd like to continue to.
Okay, I just removed him. I don't need to put up with that. Okay.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, that is the most rude thing. Okay, as long as he gets what he wants and he can go set up his little space on Twitter, because he's done that before. Remember, he's semi-famous, guys. He's semi-famous, and he can go do that over there. So he's gotten all he wants out of this. And, yeah.
So one thing that I would like to know that would be helpful, just because, I like to be educated on things, Carolyn. And so can you just tell me, because I only found your channel by accident. I just stumbled across it, and I saw that there was a call-in number, I believe. And so I thought, oh, great, I'll call her. But I never really understood all of what your channel is about, how it got started, how long it's been going on. And, so I'd like to be educated about that, if you wouldn't mind.
It's been going on, I did give background, you probably weren't here, but I started as a blogger. I was a blogger for many years, and on social media, and I had a YouTube channel since 2012, but I only used it to host videos that were put in my blogs. I wasn't a podcaster, content like that. I didn't go live. I didn't do that. And then in the fall of 2018, when the Chris Watts case came on, I saw Chris Watts on TV. We were heading to Hershey Park. I said to my husband, this guy is guilty like crazy. I was always interested in true crime. Didn't have a lot of people in my real life that were. My mother had passed. She was, okay. But, and then with my blog, something happened to the server. And I was in the middle of what they call holiday gift guide season, where they send you product after product. And on the back of my kitchen counter, you can just see these products stack there, and I was having so much of an issue with the server. And this is what I mean by sometimes God changes your direction. And I believe truly in my whole heart, God changed everything for me. That's what it goes back to what we were talking about. And that's what it seems it always does. This community, without this community, with the loss of my son, I probably would not even be anywhere near the person I am sitting here right now. So I do believe that God adjusted things and was in charge of that server crashing and kept crashing, so that all of this discovery came out in the Chris Watts case. And I had a lot of time on my hands because I couldn't blog. So I started reading this discovery and I started listening to these interviews. I would go to bed with earphones in my ears, and I had to talk to somebody. I was crawling out of my skin. So at about 1 or 2 in the morning, I recorded a video just about my thoughts on this case. And I said, I can't put that up on my channel because I've tried to talk to these people about other stuff and they don't like true crime. And then I did it again, and then I did it a third time, and I said, what the hell, let it go. And I went to bed, and I got up the next morning, and that video, see, space tells you like, who's going to watch your little peon of a channel? Well, let me tell you something. When I did Chris Watts, I was the person to watch. And why? Because I knew the facts inside and out. I cared for the victims, and then I ended up forming a very close bond with the family. She is my real life friend. Sandy says to me, I'm the only YouTuber that never screwed her over because I have a heart and I love them genuinely. Okay? Wow. People can't understand that, and I meet her in real life. We are Italians from New York, Jersey girls. Okay? God brought us together. She has told me things about my son. She is a Catholic woman that has visions. She has told me things. She has told Scooter things. So all of this, I believe, is ordained and brought from God. This is destiny. So anyway, I started to cover Chris Watts. My channel exploded. With that came the hate, too, from these groups that put the murderer on a pedestal and wanted to go after the family. It got so bad that when people found out I had a friendship with Sandy, they said that the mother, the brother, are the ones that did the murders. Yes, real channels, real clear scriptures, straight 8. They came and said that we murdered them. Okay, that my friendship with Sandy was long before this channel. They also said that certain people were taken down because I didn't like them, because they saw shadows, and I told Sandy, take that channel down. I don't like it. Okay? Just craziness. But I've always been a channel for victims. When my son died, this community carried me. I had people like Scooter, who at the time hadn't lost a child. She lost 2 grandchildren. She has since lost a child. This is what I mean about things. She carried me through that. Evie did. They messaged me all night. I have other people that have held me through this lawsuit that I went through for 2 years. And a lot of you don't even know the hell I was put through with that lawsuit, and how I couldn't believe what was happening, and the people that have held me through that. And so without this community, I would never, ever be survived. People like Linda, people like, Jen, everybody that has carried me through that. And then in turn, people have come to me, like Amy's Justice League came to me, I think 8 months after my son died, and said, Carolyn, my son died tonight. Can I talk to you? So, yeah.
Because you're a strong soul.
That's what this channel is so much more than, what the insults he's like, who would watch you or this and that. You don't know anything what this channel was prior to my son dying, okay? I would have 3,000 people in here watching me cover Chris Watts' case, okay? So, yeah, a lot's changed because I've gone through a lot and I've had a lot of attacks, but I'll build this channel back up, no problem. But the people I have now, if I just had these people are great people, and I won't let them be disrespected. It's wrong.
Well, so does this mean then you've covered like Coburg as well? Because I haven't looked
Yes.
through the videos.
Yes.
You covered Coburg too?
Yes.
That was quite a case to cover, I bet.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And I'm covering like another case. And I told Space that last night. If you understand the dynamics behind the cases, you'll understand more that you really don't know everything that's going on. And Koberger's a great case of that because everybody was so furious with that police department, said that police department was doing nothing. They were doing nothing to catch him. And yet, when everything came out, everybody ate crow because they were doing so much that nobody saw behind the scenes. And they caught him. And there was very little, like, nobody could believe it. Where did you catch him? In Pennsylvania. He was literally an hour and a half from me, okay, for a murder that was done in Idaho. Mm-hmm. So you just don't know. But
And you said, Caroline, with the Kohlberger case, it was like, what, 54 days? And they were going to find him?
It was like 47, yeah. And I said, once it got past that, I said I started to kind of lose hope here because they had those 10 hours. And those 10 hours and being so close to Mexico, I think is where I lose a little hope about that. It's so easy for them to disappear into there or to have made her disappear into there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I mean, there still is hope that they could find this. Yeah. Hi, One Eye Blind. This is a supporting channel. Thank you, One Eye Blind Art. Yeah. And then I even have sales. You know, we used to have twice weekly sales. I wanted people to find a place if they had things they wanted to sell and help people. And, you know, the economy's bad now, so we're going to do it once a month. And we're having one in the beginning of next month. But I've always wanted to give back to people. People know I don't make a big deal. I've helped a lot of people behind the scenes. But I've helped a lot of people in front of the scenes. And I want to be a person like that, that helps people.
That was the one thing I was trying to drive home to Space tonight because I knew he wanted so much to talk about the evidence, and I could read the room and I knew it was nothing about the evidence, and it was everything about the channel dynamics and how people were treating each other, and namely him, you know. So Space, even if you're listening to this, my friend, you know, really from a man to a man, you have to listen to what the lady's opinions were and that they were equally as valid as yours. And so it's more than about evidence when you're dealing with other people. It's just, it is, you know? So, but beyond that, Carolyn, I think that it's great what you do here. And certainly I learned a lot more than what I, because when I came in, I was thinking, okay, it's all about the Guthrie thing, and then I learned, oh, this channel's way more.
This channel's way more. We do even create craft nights, and we have like it's just when we found out we like true crime, then I would say something, and someone said, "Oh, I like that," and I said, "Oh my gosh, we like crafts," so we did crafts, and we did baking, and then Sandy came on, and Sandy cooked with us, and she taught, people how to crochet with their fingers. And there's so much we've done in the channel. We go away on vacation together. I don't know many channels that do that. But it's just like, there's just so much. And it's so much more, like those songs say. This isn't just a channel. It's not a live stream. It really is a family. And that's what I'm saying. And families, not everybody gets together, like gets along all the time. It's okay, as long as you're not disrespectful. And sometimes what you find out, the person that you thought you didn't mesh with, maybe in another season, you end up really meshing with that person. And because that's what I'm trying to explain to him, but he doesn't get that he just discounts people and doesn't realize how rude that is.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. It is. I agree. I've learned early in life that other people are going to hold different positions than yourself, and that you could talk yourself till you're blue in the face. But if that person has a different position and they have their own reasons for having that opinion, you're not going to change their mind. I mean, that's just how it is. And sometimes you have to say to yourself that your opinion isn't the only one that matters.
Right. And people are hurting. Like you said about how the Savannah Guthrie, my good friend Sandra, I know firsthand how they're hurting. I know how Frankie was things happen to Frankie that should never have happened. Never. They should never have happened. And they did. People took revenge on him. Like, he lost his sister and his nieces, his nephew. That's his only sister. Okay? He saw his parents go through absolute agony, and yet they're trying to get nude pictures of him and pass them around the internet and humiliate him, and then, just do all this crap to him, and then say the family's out for money. And I mean, it's just the most horrible stuff.
If we wanted to lighten it up, I could talk about blueberry pie.
And that's what we do here too. See, we go through that and then we laugh. And like Scooter knows that, my son had Hodgkin's lymphoma, and when we were going to the appointment, because we couldn't believe it, we were talking about Curb Your Enthusiasm, and I said, I think you got the good Hodgkin's, and we laughed. And knock on wood, my son, went through a surgery and 17 days of prophylactic radiation, and knock on wood, he's thriving. He's in Arizona right now at the Grand Canyon. But I mean, yeah, God is good, and God is still good, even though you lost your son. But you have to believe there's a plan. There's a reason. It's hard to believe it sometimes, and yeah, does it mean you don't wrestle with it and you're not? Oh boy, you do. But yeah,
cancer's a hungry.
And just like, and just like we watched that one case with the lady who just poisoned her husband. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were joking when we watched the trial.
Yeah.
And we said her defense lawyer looked like an imitation Jodie Foster. We were all making jokes.
Yeah, because a lot of times you handle dark things by making jokes, and that's another thing a lot of people in this community understand. Some people may say, "Oh my gosh, how could they do that?" But it's a coping mechanism.
Exactly. And I wasn't trying to be rude, Jason. It's just I was trying to show him you can't blame me for something that you're doing yourself. You know what I mean? In that perspective.
You did a great job.
Yeah,
I mean, I
felt
wasn't
terrible.
trying to be rude to him. And I'll be honest with you. I hung up the night that we were on the panel because the way he treated me, and then people were sending me hateful messages. And I emailed her to tell her that. And I didn't make comments, but I listened for 8 days. I just didn't want to make a comment.
I kept emailing her, come on back, come on, where are you? Come on back on the panel.
Exactly. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy. He's just overbearing. And yeah, he might be passionate about this case, but has he been into true crime, or is this the only case?
This is the only case.
About?
Yeah.
And you can see that. You can see it's like his first time.
Yeah.
And
I'm guilty of it.
Well,
yeah, but I don't think you're not doing the things that he's doing. Like you can reason with you, and you can understand that he's just, it's just
he's not looking outside the box. He's just pointing fingers. He doesn't want to see his mistakes like we do.
Just the way he comes on, and I'd say, please don't talk about other creators. And then he's like, he's this one and this one and this one and this one. It's like, stop, like, man. And I don't know.
That was one mistake I made, I think, when I came onto this channel, was misunderstanding what was etiquette.
Yeah, but I mean, that's okay, because you're like, you make a mistake, that's okay. Like, but it's just that he would say, like, he even said, like, Carolyn said, I have to talk about this, but I'm going to be putting in every time, and I'm going to be able to mention other channels because I mentioned them before. Like he just,
right.
That's what I said. I feel like I'm being phased out of my own live stream. It's like, and I shouldn't have to feel that way. I never want to be, like, everybody knows, I never speak like I, my channel. I always say our. A lot of these people would get so upset. Why does she say our all the time? Our community. Because that's natural to me. okay? Because it is our community. We all make it up. I don't, I'm not the person. I depend on a lot of people to make this community run. I depend on people in this community to support me too. Like, not talking monetarily, like he said. I'm talking about emotionally. If I didn't have the support, emotional support, oh my gosh, I would have never got through that lawsuit. Never. There are times, and that's what you don't know. I've come from here like in a sheer panic attack. Okay, and I've had someone stay up with me all night. Okay, on the phone just all night. Okay, I will never forget those people that did that. So,
and he has to look at it as it's your channel, so you can't talk bad about other channels because then YouTube will take your channel down.
right, yeah,
You know, and you
I didn't
can't
know
do
that.
that because YouTube watches your channel as you're live, and if you say certain things, they'll ban you and they'll take your channel down. And you don't want to do that because look how long she's worked so hard to get her channel going.
Right.
Like it is, and so strong. So you don't want to bring up other people that have other channels or talk bad about other people because YouTube is sensitive to it. I mean, even one little word, you know, if you say, they'll ban you. And I mean, he might not know that, but he should if he's been on other channels.
but I don't think he's been. I think he called in to one, and the reception wasn't so good. You wonder why? Because I don't know. And we tried. We really did. But he just every time he got ruder and ruder, and then how rude is that? Okay, well, give Jason my email because I've run this on Twitter, and I'll just what he's just saying is, not even he didn't even get a thank you for facilitating this. No, I took what I can get from you, and I'm moving on. And make sure you do, and you be the secretary, and you exchange that information so I can start my own. Okay, that's pretty dang rude.
Yeah, he lacks empathy.
Yeah.
Can't stand anything that's emotional, and he can't regulate his own emotions either, or say how he feels. He has a hard time expressing his feelings without.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what I have, and I'll say it now, because I have a really hard time, and someone can't tell me who they are.
Right.
If they can't give me a name, if they can't give me a face, you know what? It's probably I just make, come on. You got to be so secretive, and then you say things like you're semi-famous, and people are cloning your voice, and all of this crap. Hey, I've had imposters in my life. I've had imposters come here from the UK. I don't need any more people who are not who they say they are.
Right.
Okay? If they can't say who they are, where they're from, and they're scared every 5 minutes like that, I can't give too much away.
That's not normal.
Okay? Well, then why should I trust you to be on my panel?
Right.
Why?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't tell me who you are?
So would
They're
you
bringing
ladies,
stuff to you.
would you ladies like to hear a story about a woman that I once dated who taught me a lot about life and about how to behave more appropriately?
Sure.
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 So when I went to college, I happened to be in this one class, and I sat down in the front row, and there was this woman there that I sat next to, and for the longest time I wondered if she was single or not, because I was, but I didn't know for sure, and so I would drop little hints here and there and trying to find out because I was semi-interested. And long story short, she ended up telling me that she was single, and so we kind of met and kindled up a relationship, and I ended up finding out that she was a 4.0 student and that she had been in the military previously. She was 33 years old at the time, so she was kind of coming back to school at a later age. So she was a little bit older than me, but incredibly smart, and really only took the class, which was a history class, only took that as an elective because she was a math major. And so I was a freshman at the time, and for some reason she liked me. And so I had to write many, many papers. And as I would write my papers, she would say, "Well, would you like me to take a look at those?" And of course wanted her to, because that was before I was going to be handing them in. And she would go through my papers, and they would just be all marked up and like red marks all over the place, and I'd be crestfallen because I put so much energy and effort into this, and she's gonna tear me to shreds. And she was very gentle about it, but she goes, "James, you can't have dangling modifiers here, and oh, this is not right." And she'd be patient with me and work through me, and as the papers went, I kept getting better and better because I would remember the things that she would say about not doing certain things, and and then I started asking her about the classes that she was taking and the math that she was taking, and she said, "Would you like to see my books?" And I said, "Well, sure, I'd love to see your books." And got out her math books and she opened them up. And it was basically letters and symbols. Like there really wasn't any numbers at all. And I said, how do you understand all these things? And well, it's this and it's that and it's this, and well, I can really explain it in deep if you'd like me to. No, that's fine. And but so she was an incredibly intelligent person, and she would always tell me, she said, "Well, James, you're always very well spoken, but there's certain things where socially that you could just be a little bit more sharper about." And so she trained me a little bit about things like the discussions that we had tonight here in the chat. And it didn't work out, and we went separate places in life, but I learned so very much from her. And so I have great respect for ladies and their intellect and their intuition in particular, because I will tell you this much about ladies that I feel, and that is that, so if you had 10 people in a room, let's say it was mixed company, 5 males and 5 females, and you had to find out like what was going on in that conversation room. What were they all talking about? What was the mood? What was the vibe in the room? And if somebody said to me, "Well, who would you want to send in to find out what that vibe was? Would you want to send in the woman? Or would you want to send in the man?" I'd be like, send in the woman all day long. Because ladies are very good about reading the room. They understand that. It's so, but fortunately, I got some good tutelage along the way, and I wonder if that's where Space may have lacked. That a lady didn't sit him down and say, certain things that you have to be more sensitive about. And I had a father who was a blue collar kind of guy who was a little bit rough around the edges, and so I needed some schooling along the way. And fortunately, I had some ladies that were patient with me. But I just wanted to share that story because, ladies have a lot to offer. And I think sometimes there's this egotistical thing out there that say that ladies are less than, when really, in my opinion, ladies tend to be the root of the family. And if that falls apart, then everything falls apart. And so how a woman raises her children is central to the health of a society, in my opinion.
Right.
But anyway, I too far off topic, but I just wanted to share that story that, a lady who was very influential in my life and taught me many things. And incidentally, we would compete with each other on the tests that we would take in that class. And I always prided myself on good high scores. And as I said, she was a straight A student. So we would study together. We'd go over all these chapters, paragraph by paragraph, and talk about this and talk about that. And then would come the test. And I'd walk right through it. Oh, I got this, I got that. I know this answer, I know that. And I know she's doing it too. She was always done first. She always hand the test in first. I'd be like, how does that woman process these questions so quickly and just go and hand the test in? But long story short, she would always beat me. She'd always be like, get maybe one question wrong. So like 98%, 96% always. And I'd be like 92%, maybe 90%, you know, always. And then I'd ask her afterwards, like, well, this one particular question, how did you know to answer this way? Because it would be the one that I got wrong. Well, don't you remember when we talked about this, and this? I'm like, well, yeah. She says, well, and yeah, don't you remember that this part and this part and two? I'm like, no. And she's like, well, that's why I answered blah, blah, blah. And they'd be like, wow, she really did think deep in the levels there to arrive at that answer. But anyway, just giving credit to the ladies. Sorry for taking the space.
No, I appreciate hearing that.
No, it was, yeah, that was an awesome story, Jason. That was very awesome. Because
yeah, thank you for sharing.
Exactly, because
great woman, super sharp. Heck of a Scrabble player. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Scrabble, yeah.
Because a lot of people think, well, even some women think too, besides men, that if you show your vulnerable side, it's a weakness, and it's really not.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a good tool to show it to some people who you think you can.
Right.
You
Other
know?
people will take advantage of it, yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And what you just showed us was on our level because you trust us to tell us a story like that. But some people don't realize they can do that. Or they're too scared and they think, oh, that's not a manly thing to do. You know what I mean? Or even some women think that too. It just depends on the individual. But that was an awesome story. I'm glad you told us that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was grateful to meet someone like that because it's, you know, I always prided myself on thinking that, oh, I was informed and, oh, I really knew what was going on. And then I ran into somebody who really knew what was going on and could really talk. I mean, she couldn't necessarily talk circles around me, but if we got into the upper echelons of things, that she probably was going to know just a little bit more than me. And I was good with that. I was never intimidated by it because I thought to myself that what a weapon, you know, like, you know, I mean, to be that intellectual and she was friendly too. So you would never, you know, you'd meet her, you'd never see anything.
Right. She wasn't off-putting, yeah.
Yeah. But she taught me a lot of things that carried on later in life. And I was, you know, it was funny, Margaret, you were just speaking a second ago. That was you?
That was Margaret, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, I knew, Margaret, when you said the space earlier in the conversation and you said, so, you know, I just want to say that if I've said anything to you, you know, if I've offended you, I apologize. And I knew, I could tell that you were just waiting for him to come in and say, well, you know what? I know that I said this and I'm sorry for, and I knew you were waiting for, and when he didn't come back, I was shocked actually, because everybody in life, they want to be treated as equals. All that's at the end of the day, they just want to be treated as equals. And so even if, you know, I don't think that, you know, your feelings should have been hurt, just the fact that you feel that they were should be enough for me to acknowledge it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying I'm a perfect person. I'm all that in a bag of cookies. I have my faults, and I know that. But yes, you are right. I was waiting to see if he was going to come back and say the same thing. But some people, you know, aren't like that. They can't bring themselves to that level and say, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, too, if I offended you. There are a lot of people out in this world that are like that. But that's something that they have to deal with, not me.
Right, yeah.
I think my biggest thing is you can't use me as a clutch. I wasn't the one that set it off. Other
Right,
people
Margaret.
saw
Yeah.
what happened in that situation.
No, he
You
just
know, I might
did.
have-
He ended up not wanting anybody but James, right? And that was it. That was it. And he proved it. He proved the point by saying, just give James, you know, my email, and I will go and start up a space on Twitter, whatever the freak he does do. and go do that. That's what he's interested in. He's interested in an echo chamber where someone agrees with him, and that's it.
Yep, because last night when you were showing us that new true crime, he said that to you last night in the comments, and I was thinking to myself, we already was on that subject.
Yeah, he came in the live chat and said, "Can we talk about Guthrie?" I'm doing a totally different case, and he goes, "Can we talk about Guthrie?" Like, that's all he sees is it's a one, like, just tunnel vision. Guthrie. It's like, I don't know. I don't know enough about him if he's always been like that about some topic, because I can't even imagine, like, just...
Yeah, he fixates on one thing and he lacks empathy. That's why he didn't say to you, Margaret, oh, I understand what you're saying or where you're coming from. I'm sorry you feel that way. Like, I was waiting for him to say something too, like, because there was like a long, like a 10-second silence, and I'm like thinking, is he gonna say something, apologize? But instead he got angry.
I noticed
he
that.
stayed angry and irritated, and
right. And usually when some person apologizes, the other person is, like, oh yeah, it's a me too or whatever, I'm sorry.
Right.
He gets angry when he feels vulnerable or people call him out on anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's people like that in this world. It's not the first time I dealt with that.
And probably, I think he'd have a much happier life if he acknowledged it, and tried to change it. But I don't think that's...
Maybe some meditation will help him.
Yeah.
That's why I said. That's why I said last night. Yeah, I remember I said last night. Who saw? I said, calm down. Who saw last night?
Yeah.
When he was talking, I said, who saw? Calm down. And he got quiet at first, and then I thought to myself, maybe he doesn't realize what I'm trying to tell him. Like, breathe and and then I mean.
But I think it's that he doesn't read the chat either. Like, and for somebody that goes back and he listens to himself all over again at night. He listens to himself all over again. You think he would read the chat and he would get a clue that, wait a second, maybe I am, like, beating a dead horse to death on this. Maybe this, maybe that. But he did not.
So on taking ownership, you guys want to hear another short story from my mother, who happened to taught me a lesson?
Sure.
Oh, this was a good one. Yeah, so I think I was about maybe 8 or 9 years old, and we lived in a small town. And I would walk to school, and every day I'd walk to school, I would walk past this grocery store. And I even had been in there occasionally with my mom and my sister. But long story short, I was walking home from school one day, and there was like grown-up trees behind the back of the store, and it was kind of unkept back there. But I noticed that there was bottles laying around, like Coke bottles laying around. And I thought to myself, well, gosh, I could turn these in and get some change out of this and buy some candy. So picked them up and brought them in the store and got some money and got some candy. Went on home and parked my butt on the couch and started getting in my little bag of candy. And my mom and my sister were there, and she's like, oh, you got some candy, huh? I'm like, oh yeah. And she's like, well, where did you get that from? And I'm like, well, I got it up at the store. And she said, oh, really? Well, how did you pay for that? Like, well, I paid for it with some money that I got. Well, how did you get the money? Well, I got it from some bottles that I turned in, that I found. Oh, really? Well, where did you find the bottles at? Well, I found them out behind the store. Oh, you found them behind the store? Yeah. Well, those are owned by the person that runs the store. You stole those bottles. And that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable at all. I'm not going to tolerate that at all. And you took that man's property, and we need to go down there right now, and you're going to tell him what you did, and you're going to find out what your punishment's going to be. And we're going down there right now. You're going to take the bag of candy with you. So we went down to the store. She marched up to the counter, and I'm looking up at the guy, and she's like, "My son has something to tell you." And I said, "You remember those bottles that I brought in earlier?" He's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, I got them from in back of your store." He's like, "Oh, so you took my bottles, huh?" "Yeah." And he says, "Well," he said, "guess you're kind of in trouble, so there's going to have to be some punishment. So you see that broom over there in the corner? Yeah, go sweep my store." That's what he told me. Yeah. So I went and I swept the store, and my mom said, "I'm so sorry he did this, and I raised him better than that, and I don't know why he did that, but I promise you it won't ever happen again." And I think they were kind of laughing about it afterwards, but yeah, I went and swept his store. And so that was a lesson that my mother taught me, that basically, there's a lot of parents who maybe would have not even done anything about that and handled it the way that she did. But she did that in such a way that even like in conversations tonight, you learn to take ownership when you're in your own.
Right.
And sometimes you have to be taught
Yes.
that, that somebody has to
Yes.
say, you did something wrong. Now I'm going to make you go and account for that, and that's the greatest learning, right? And trust me, there was learning involved.
Yeah.
But just sharing the story, give you guys a little laugh.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a great one.
No, it is. And you're right, because you do learn it as you grow in life, and it's even now as we're older people, it's a good thing to learn as you get older. I mean, it doesn't matter the age you are. It's good that other people can teach you things. And I could say this, a story. I met a woman in Louisiana, and I was going through a divorce. And she told me, she said, "Listen, I'm a Taurus. I'm very stubborn, and I can say that. But when I was younger, I couldn't."
What day is your birthday?
She goes, May 6th.
Really? That's Linda's birthday.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh, it is? Oh,
Yeah, that's also the day my son
Okay.
died.
oh my
Oh.
God.
oh, God.
No, it's okay.
Oh,
It's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's okay.
I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. No, it's okay.
Coincidences.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she said to me, if you just sit and you listen, people will tell you everything that you need to know. And I used to talk a lot when I was younger. Too much. Overbearing I was. And she's the one that put me in my place, that I would sit and listen to people after that. And then I sat back myself and said, wow, I learned such a big lesson, because I never did that before. I used to be overbearing and stuff and didn't listen.
Right.
But the little things people teach you, you learn a lot from,
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because a lot of times people just
Yeah.
listen for their turn to talk, but they're not listening to what you're saying. And, so it's
Yeah.
like, that's why they have active
But
listening. If you go to a therapist, they tell you active listening, you repeat it back to the person, which seems so silly, but what I hear you saying, but I heard a lawyer, who was it, Gloria, Albright, right, she was doing it during one of the sessions. Every time they asked her a question, what I hear you saying, you're asking me if he's going I just said, oh my gosh, she did it for everybody that asked questions at that press conference. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that active listening, right? So that, but a lot of times it's the communication. A lot of times there's things in text that are misunderstood, but a lot of times just there's stuff in conversation that's totally misunderstood too.
Yes. That's why I said the other night, you have to read between the lines And that woman taught me that, because I never realized that when I was younger. I would just jump the gun and be like, oh no, you know.
Yeah.
But then I learned it afterward, and I saw her perspective, what she was trying to teach me. And it taught me a lot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, I mean, and when people show you their true colors, that's their true colors. It's not going to change.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah. Whether they're talking or they're doing something to you. If they show it one time, it's who that person is. No matter what sex they are. They're
I
going to show
believe,
you,
too,
and if they
people
do,
can change, though. I do believe people can change. You know?
yes. Yeah, yeah.
If they want to.
depends
If they
on
want to. You can't
what
change
area.
them. They have to
Yeah.
want to change, but they can change.
Yes, in that perspective, yeah. It just depends on the
If
perspective.
if they're
what
willing.
way you're thinking it. If they're willing, yeah. Yeah, because when I was younger, I used to think, oh, I can change that person. No, You can't do that. They have to want to change. And then also, too, you know how they say you have to be comfortable with yourself to be alone?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not comfortable with yourself to be alone, you don't like the person who you are when you're by yourself. Have you ever heard that one?
Right.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know one of the things that I learned, you know, is that having gone through a academic environment and constantly being tested and compared to other people as far as, you know, how you were doing academically, blah, 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 that when I got out of that environment and I got out into the real working world, I actually found out that it wasn't so much about how much information you knew and how well you could recite that information. It wasn't about that. It was about how well you got along with other people.
Mm-hmm.
It was so important. It didn't matter how smart you were, didn't matter how much you knew. It mattered whether people liked you. And so, you know, I've repeatedly, you know, I finally got it dialed in where I saw that the people who got promoted were not necessarily always the smartest people. They were the ones that people liked.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that people that I can get along with that person. That person can work with other people. They're compromisers. You know, whereas the people who are really smart often didn't want to compromise. They were, I know what's going on here, and I'm the smartest person in the room, and that's not, you know, a lot of times I found out very quickly that, you know, people want unity. They don't want, you know,
a team player. Yeah, that's what a team player, right?
But it's not so much how much you know and what you can prove and all that. It's all about how people, you know, what kind of read did they get on you as a person. And, you know, even like for simple things at workplace where people bring up personal things about what they do off time, off their job, and the things that they take interest in, their hobbies, if there's pets. That stuff matters almost more than the work. Because that's these people, you know, and it's
that's how you find out. That's like what I said on this channel. We came together for a case, but then we found out all these other things we had in common, you know, and it was so much more than true crime. But they always say, right, you may not remember what someone said to you, but you'll remember how they made you feel.
So true.
Yes.
Right? So, that's important, you know, how you can make a person feel.
Yeah, and you also pick up other people's... I mean, I know who I am. I pick up other people's energy if I'm around them or I'm on the phone with them or something.
Right.
And if you don't feel that energy comes back to you good, you just don't want to be around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
And, I mean, and I'm like that. Like, I can talk to somebody for like 2 to 3 minutes in person, and if I don't get you on my level with the energy vibe, I'm gonna walk away.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And then people take it the wrong way. But like Jason just said, you don't have to be book smart in this world. In a way you do, but if you don't have book smart and street smart, you're not going to go far.
It's true.
Do you know?
Right. Yeah.
You realize what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
You need both.
You do in this world, because you could be the smartest person, but not have good common sense
Right.
in that perspective. You know what I mean?
So
if you don't have both, you're not going to survive. You know how they say it, Caroline? If you can't make it in New York, you aren't going to make it anyway. You know?
Yeah.
And that's what my parents taught me. Because if you're not going to make it in New York, you're not going to make it anyway.
Right.
And it is true.
Yeah.
And I'll give you a story. My sister has I have two beautiful nieces. And when they went to college, I said to her, did you give them pepper spray and stuff? Oh, no. I gave them a whistle. And I said to her, I said, Tina, you gave them a whistle? I said, they're going to blow it and think there's a crossing guard
Oh, gosh.
trying to cross people. I said, what is a whistle going to do for them? I said, come on now. I said, we are not back in 1950. And I was being a smart ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But and my sister is very smart, very intelligent, but she doesn't look at it in the perspective I was looking at.
Right.
You know what I mean?
At least you didn't give her a fake. She didn't give them a fake whistle like I did.
Oh, yeah.
A decorative whistle.
Yeah, that was funny when you said that.
Oh my gosh, we laughed for days about that stupid whistle.
Oh my God. When you said that the other night and I drank water, and my cat was on the bed, I spit the water all over the cat.
Oh, we're dying, and she has it hanging up there, and I just look at it and I laugh. I just look at that whistle and I laugh because I remember everything we said about that. Like, didn't you use the whistle my mom got you? Yeah, try it.
So I got a good one for you guys. So let's just say hypothetically that Space listens back to all of this and he comes to the conclusion that, my gosh, I did mess up and I really didn't represent myself well, and I should have said things and I didn't say those things, and I should have made right when I didn't. And let's just say hypothetically he comes to those conclusions and he reaches out to you, Carolyn, separately, by email, and he apologizes, let's just say hypothetically, in the email, and then he asks, if he could be back in your good graces and come on to the panel. And let's just say hypothetically that if you were to say yes and that he could, would you then basically pin him to following certain rules, and that if he violates those, that he's kind of like done for? Or because I just wonder if he's going to want to come back, because he's built up a little bit of, I'm sure he's connected, that he didn't really want to do that tonight, but he kind of couldn't.
I've been known to give people too many chances, but if he was genuine, okay, and really said that, and then put his money where his mouth was and really didn't do those things, that's a different story. I'm not holding out the most hope that that's going to happen, but
okay.
Yeah, he's asking. Jason, I said this the other night to Caroline, okay? When we were kids, growing up in New York City, my mother kept a good house. And if you walked in with your shoes, okay, before this, she used to say you have to put, money in the box, at a tin box. And my father's like, stop doing that. And he got her this thing that played music. And she would play songs that we didn't like if you walked in the house with shoes on. So I said to Caroline, I said, why don't you get a bell that makes different weird noises while you're talking on the panel, and if this person goes over their talking time, you press it, and it does a weird noise or something.
Okay.
Is there a way
You know what I mean? Because
Everyone has a
I'm
time.
gonna look. Exactly, I'm gonna look this weekend, and if I find one, I'm gonna send it to her. But
Like one sound
he
Carolyn
does
could be like a kazoo.
Yeah.
something, or it could be like, okay, I grew up in New York City just like Caroline did, right? So I live in the country now. And my roommate, when we first moved into our house, he went to work. So he goes to work at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he calls me. He's like, hey, there's a donkey following me and a horse. What am I supposed to do? I was like, I don't know. Why the hell are you waking me up? I don't have to go to work yet. What do you want me to tell you, man? Just go with the flow. If they're not bothering you, drive to work. I said, remember, we live out in the country, so we have our own zoo. I said, tomorrow you might see a peacock. I don't know. Maybe I want to go to work with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think Space Cat, he's saying in the comments, he does want Jason's email. But maybe...
Well, he has to get on the good graces of Carolyn to do that, because I think that's something
that's up
that
to Carolyn.
Yep. That's Carolyn's call.
Yep.
And Space, if you're listening to that, then you need to reach out to Carolyn and do what you need to do, because this is the thing, is that, she's the owner of this channel, Space, and so you have to make right with her, and that's just all there is to it, my friend. If you're listening, Space.
Yep. Hey, Carolyn.
Yeah.
If you send me your address, I have a hat that says boss on it. Would you wear it while you're on the channel?
You have a hat that says what on it? What does it say, Margaret? I missed that.
It says boss. B-O-S-S.
Oh, boss.
Like, I will. I'll mail it to you. Yeah. And you can wear it when he comes on. And you could be like flag on the 20-yard line.
See, I'm so not like that. That's my problem. See, and I do run into problems because of that. And a lot of people tell me like, oh, you just have to set this, that, and the other thing. And I say, oh, that sounds like we're all adults. Like, why do I have to do that? Like, I don't want to do that. So I'll call the people up to do that. And it's like, but I realize that, I do probably make it worse. But it's like, I think too, because it's a guy and he's like, I don't know, going to town. You think, okay, well, he'll stop. He'll get the hint. And the one night I thought he did. I really thought he did, because he said something like, I know I can be overbearing or say, and I said, oh, but then that was it.
Yeah.
He was right back at it. So I was like, oh, that's not, I guess. Okay.
Hey, Jen.
When I was...
Yeah.
Your dog, what is your dog's name?
Lucy.
That is just such a cool looking dog. I just love it. I had a dog that was a Springer Spaniel, and I don't know, is that a collie?
No, she's a mix. She's a Beagle, Blue Tick Coonhound, and Tree Walker Hound.
So does she have a bark that kind of sounds like a hound?
Yeah, she has the howl.
It's just a beautiful looking dog. It's a beautiful photo.
She's
I just
awesome.
love it.
I'm so lucky. I got her at a rescue. They were actually going to kill, at a kill shelter, they were going to kill 12 dogs. And she actually was from Tennessee. And from Tennessee, they sent the dogs to New Jersey. And then where I live, the rescue here was rescuing them. And we were looking for a dog. So when I was there, they said, hey, I have a perfect dog for you. Come back in like a few days, because we're rescuing 12 dogs from we're rescuing 12 dogs. So just come back. And I think I found the perfect dog for you. And she really was. She's such a good dog. And she's so funny. Her personality, like, I never really heard of tree walker hounds before, but we go for some, like, few walks per day. And, with the weather changes, like, she does certain things. Now the snow's all melted here, basically, but she'll like walk up a couple times. She's walked up to a tree and she's like tried to climb up the tree, and I'm like, oh my god, I've never seen her do that. So she must have did that when she was a baby,
Oh, yeah.
because we got her when she was about a year.
Uh-huh.
So, and like for squirrels and stuff, like if I say where's a squirrel, she like looks around.
Right.
And then rabbits, I think she might have been like chasing the rabbits too.
It's natural in the hound. It's just instinctive.
Yeah, and their sense of smell is so strong. We'll walk out of the house, and like our neighbor has 3 bull mastiffs.
Oh, wow.
They're huge.
Yeah.
And as soon as we go out, Lucy's like, her hounds smell. They can smell up to like 2+ miles away, I guess.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And she'll be like, like I see her looking across the other. And then like she'll go like she has like a pee pad on our deck like in the middle of the night, because where we live there's lots of woods, and I really don't want to get sprayed by a skunk or killed by a coyote or something crazy, or her.
Really?
So anyway, the deck is like huge and it's all like, it's pretty big. So she'll go out there and like I'll hear something in the woods and I'm like, oh god. And she'll be like, well, like, it's like 2 a.m. I'm like, get in here. Or like I just picture her getting sprayed by a skunk. Oh.
Well,
Yeah,
that nose
you don't
looks
want
like
that to happen.
that nose looks like she'd have a really good sniffer. You know.
Oh
that-
yeah,
Yeah.
she has like a long, like a long nose.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And her ears are so floppy. Like that's like the part of the hound.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's a pretty dog. She is a pretty dog.
Absolutely. Yeah.
She was only 27 pounds when we got her. She was, her ribs, she was like so skinny, and now she's a chunk. She's lost weight. We just went to the vet, and the vet was like, great job. She's lost like 9 pounds. I'm like, yeah, I cut back on her. Not to be too much of a chunk.
Aw,
Yeah.
so sweet. That is sweet. I had a pit bull for 11 years,
Oh.
and she was an awesome dog. It was my best friend's dog. He went to Iraq and he passed away over in Iraq.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, but he fought for our freedom. He was a very nice guy.
Yeah.
We were friends since kindergarten.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and his mom asked me if I wanted her, and I said yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And make a long story short, I lived in a house in Virginia when I first got here, and it had mold.
It had what? Mold?
Yeah, and the landlord ripped the cabinets out, and she picked up a rare heart disease that you get from mold.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
so yeah, she was on medicine like regular people.
Oh.
And she passed away in 2020. But last summer, a little kitten showed up at our house, and my roommate's like, hey, there's a cat here. And I said, my dog's name was China. And he's like, that cat is China, just in a cat body. I said, get out of here. And we took her in, and she lives in the house with us. And every time he says my dog's old name, her name is Kiki the cat.
Mm-hmm.
But if he says China to her, she runs to the door. And I'm convinced of it. Because there's certain things she does that my dog used to do. It's wild. It's crazy. But animals are awesome. They are. They're just beautiful, you know.
Right. Yeah. Definitely. And that's and that's another thing a Rambler did for my son. After my son Ray died, and he was so close with my son Michael, and Michael found this dog. Well, I think I found the dog for him. It was because he wanted a dachshund, and there was this dachshund in Florida. He was like, I think they were going to keep him for a stud, and then they said no, she was going to sell him, and he was like an unbelievable price for a dachshund. But we said he's in Florida, and then Beth Wade said, I'll go get him for you. She lived in Virginia. She said, come on, guys, we have to make this happen. And she went from Virginia to Florida, picked the dog up, and met my son back in Virginia. And that dog is, I mean, that's Roman. And that Roman is like, their baby. Roman's going to be here tomorrow because Gia's got to go in the city and get her passport. But, and that worked out. Like, I mean, for him to get that dog, everything just aligned for that, and that would have never happened without a Rambler helping us.
Yeah, see? Yeah. Everything falls into place the right way it's supposed to.
Yeah, so, and animals, they mean a lot now. And now Gia just oh my gosh, she adopted this cat that was outside, and now he gets along with Roman perfectly, but she's like, oh my gosh, and she feeds the cat outside. She loves animals, and she feeds the stray cats outside because, she's just always, trying to get them homes. The ones that a cat house for the one cat they couldn't get. It's like, so I think people that care for animals are pretty good people. People that like animals. When people say they hate animals, that's like,
yeah, you're on a different level there.
Yeah, I know.
That was a bad one. I blocked it. And you have
yeah. We're going to go do the case. I have her interview, which is going to be good, that woman. And that really is a good case. That case has no body, okay? They never found Jolene Cummings' body, ever.
Yeah,
Sandy called me today, and she's like, tell me about Carolyn. Tell me about that case with the beauticians. And I said, she did. And I said, yeah, it's terrible. And I said, it happened a few months before Shanann, because it happened in May, and Shanann and the kids were in August. And so I said, but it's a terrible case. And it looks like she was murdered because she found out that this other lady isn't who she is supposed to be. And this other lady, just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And they never found Jolene's body.
And it's wild that you brought this case up.
Yeah.
Because it was on Dateline like
a year ago.
Almost a month ago.
Oh, was it a month ago? Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah. I have put in for the FOIA on it for so long, Margaret. And then all of a sudden, yesterday, it's like they finally, like, you get a notification. And I'm like, which case is this? Because I do a lot of them, right? So I'm like, oh my gosh, how many months has this been? They took months to get back to me. And then I was still downloading files today. They sent so much stuff on this case. So
yeah, because I think I watched it with my roommate last summer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're right, because
so I probably saw something about it and said, oh, that would be a good case, and it just took so long to get the stuff.
And there's another case that I just listened to that you should cover. I have to get all the information for you, but it just happened. This woman that was a nurse, and her husband was a doctor, and she had an affair with another nurse she worked with. I'll get you all the information.
Sounds interesting, yeah.
It's more crazier than this case. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And they just arrested him.
Yeah. See, that's what I like. I like to see the whole behind the scenes. I like, you know what I mean? What unfolds. I love to see their interrogations. I love to see how they're acting. Because that tells you so much, especially if you cover a case from the beginning and then you get to see all the behind the scenes.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Just want to see that, how they act, like if just I love looking
It's
at
all
that.
part of like the whole picture, you know what I mean? The way they act and what they say and everything.
Exactly, Jen. Yeah, because you see everything.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And you see how people, it
Yeah.
teaches you about people, and then you're able to really read
Their
people, right? Like, oh my
mannerisms,
gosh,
everything.
like what is that? Or look how
Yeah.
he's trying to take control of that interview and all of that. So, absolutely.
It points out the red flags to you. You could read the body language better the more you watch things like that. You
This
know
is
what I
where
mean?
This is where I think ladies really excel, because you guys are just so good at noticing little subtleties here and there, the little tells. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of times us men, we overlook it. We're not as good as seeing it. And
I agree, but you can learn, because my husband used to be terrible at, like, when he looked at Chris once, he goes, "How do you know he's guilty?" Now I see him go, "That guy's guilty." Like another case will come. So you can learn, if you watch enough, like, oh yeah, he's guilty because he's self-soothing. He's talking about his wife in the past tense. There's just so many tells that you see, and it's like, he's guilty as anything. But a lot of people, especially the fakers like Corey, think that she needed to be crying hysterically. And they said that too. Most people would be in like shock. They would just be if they woke up and their husband was dead at 39, right? They would be in a state of shock, probably not even able to cry or have any emotion. And when they're trying too hard to do what they think they're supposed to do, it gives them away.
Right. They might have like
Yeah.
Yeah.
they might hyperventilate a little bit or like have a panic attack, but not at the level as what she did. I mean, that was nuts.
And that's a lot of people that you see right away. They're psychopaths or sociopaths because they don't know how to really process that. Chris Watts showed you, he had to type into Google, how do you feel when someone tells you they love you?
wow.
Yeah. See what I mean?
And what
Crazy.
and what did I say last night? I said Google is gonna get you in so many crimes.
Oh, yeah.
All these criminals, they Google everything, and Google comes back to bite you in the
Yeah, and they're
coolie.
Googling, can the police read your phone messages? Yeah, can you erase your iPhone from a remote location?
Yeah. or I think the best thing that she did, looking for jails for the rich and famous.
Oh, yeah, prisons for
like,
luxury
oh my
prisons for the rich.
That's like the trial, Anna Walsh. I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah.
How her husband like looked up all that stuff.
Right.
And then how he went to Home Depot.
Oh, yeah, when he was shopping at Home Depot, that was crazy. Yes. Oh, my gosh.
He got like rope.
Yeah, masks, booty covers, Tyvek suits. Yeah, oh my gosh.
Like, what the hell are you doing? An experiment? A chemical experiment? Or are you killing someone?
And
exactly.
That's,
they're their own worst enemy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like us true crimers, like if I happened to be at the Home Depot and he was ringing out and I saw that, I'd be like, oh, what is he doing?
Right, yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other people are just scanning their box of nails and not even thinking, and I'm over there looking like, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah, that was crazy. And then when he bought all that peroxide and alcohol and stuff at the CVS,
bleach, right? I think he got bleach too.
Yeah, and the receipt didn't even have it all on there. Like if there was some wacko, it was some it was such a low price because it wasn't. Yeah, it was crazy.
But look, even
what, Margaret?
What did he say?
I was going to say, I couldn't hear I forget how long ago it was, but there was the case where apparently a woman who was married to someone that worked on the police force, she wanted to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And so apparently she put out some type of information that she was essentially seeking a hitman, and it got back to the police force that this woman was trying to kill her husband who worked on the police force. So apparently they set up this sting where they had the officer, like they basically made the woman believe that the hit was going to take place. Okay, we got it all set, we're going to make it happen. And then they gave her a call afterwards, and they said, well, we've got some bad news. We hate to inform this, but your husband has been murdered, and or at least we think that it's your husband, and we need you to come down here for sure and identify that it is him. And so she came down there, and apparently she went into all these and now the guy is still alive.
Right.
And so, did you see this where he's laying on the table?
It sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah.
And then
I was going to say, it sounds very familiar.
She's going into histrionics, like, oh my gosh, I've lost, and then all of a sudden he sits upright, and, and they got it all on film, and she starts cussing and going into this like rage, like, because she knows she's been caught, basically. But it was, I just wanted to know if you guys had seen that.
I think I've heard of that, yeah.
Oh, it was just...
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what's fascinating is seeing these people and now any of them thinking they're going to get away with murder with all of the footprints we have digitally of all the cameras that are around. You're not going to get away with it. And all of these husbands that kill their wives and vice versa, they're caught within the first few days, most of them. Like how stupid are you? I mean, you just look at, but they always think they're smarter. Oh, I know why he got caught. I'm not going to get caught.
Yeah, the only one, and I could say this, the Simontilli case.
Yeah.
Even though they took 8 years to bring her to trial.
Yeah.
They had so much on her.
Yeah.
And they watched the two of them, but they did it for a good reason. And I do like that prosecutor, Beth. I forgot her last name.
Oh yeah,
very good prosecutor. Yes.
Yeah.
And that was the longest case.
Oh my gosh! And that closing and opening statements, they went on for days. I never saw anything like that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look how quick,
Yeah. I mean, she thought she was going to get away with it. I don't even understand. It's just clueless.
Yeah.
Yeah, and her daughter stood by her. Her daughter stood by her. I can't believe that.
Yes. I know. That was just off. That was just floored me. But some people think, cases don't keep going on. And they do. Like, the man who killed his wife, they found, the horse tranquilizer in her bone marrow. The one in Colorado.
Oh yes. And he's the one that almost like he was going to get away with it, and then now he's back. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's out on bail, and he passed a lie detector the first time. So
did he
fooled the lie detector. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and
his kids stand by him.
Yes, his two daughters are standing by him through and through.
And he killed their mother.
And they know that he killed his wife because he's the only one in that state that had that kind of tranquilizer.
Yeah.
For horses.
I wonder if that's another psychological thing to see if these kids have to do that because it's like just such denial because the truth is so
it's gonna hurt them.
Horrible, right? To think your father murdered your mother or your mother murdered your father.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I think maybe it's part of their own sanity that they just can't, that they refuse to believe it.
You brought up something just the other day, Carolyn, and I wanted to ask you about it. And I thought it was just such a great point, and I wanted to come back to it. And it seems like it's prime time now. So when you look at these types of crimes, and I'm not talking about the ones where it's a husband and a wife, where it's a crime of passion, where these people know each other, but more about these type of crimes where somebody preyed on somebody else that didn't know that person. That did you mention that there's like a common denominator that they find that it tends to be like they have a problem with their mom? Like
and I was just going to mention that to you because Space did not listen to me. I was trying to teach him something about a profiler, John Douglas. And John Douglas is a criminal profiler, and he's very famous. And he wrote about another woman I'm very close to, and she's having prayer group this weekend, guys. Rosemary D'Alessandra, who lost her 7-year-old daughter to the teacher next door. He killed her, and then he horribly, and then went out on the search party. And John Douglas, the first 9 chapters in The Killer Across the Table are all about Joan's killer. And then he goes on to go over a few others, right? But he says, if you want to know what is central to most of these killers, is number 1, they started torturing animals at a young age. He said, but the other one is that they had a mommy issue. Whatever it was, they had a mommy issue. So he said, I hate to say this, but I'm going to tell you something. Mothers, it can all, you can be the be-all, end-all, because that kind of relationship, if there's something off there, and these guys, they all had it. Like, and it wasn't that the mother didn't take care of them, because in Joan's killer, his mother was like overbearing on him. Okay? So it's not that they had neglect all the time. No, there were just issues. So mommy issues, yeah, but there was something with the mother. And yeah.
So does
like
that
overbearing.
It makes me wonder in some cases that if the son feels, or the daughter feels, that there was neglect, or that
favoritism maybe towards another sibling, or maybe overbearing, that they weren't allowed to do anything, they were kept back, held back from something. There's all kinds of different issues, he's saying, but there's almost always a significant issue in these guys.
And then it seems like they then want to take that out on either animals or females later
women,
on.
yeah, like a lot of them, they killed a lot of women. They found out, like, it started, and then there's that one that really had them, and then at the end he took his mother's head, right? That's Kemper.
Who was the favorite? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. But they do say in sociopaths, whether it's women or men, mostly, I think, I'm not trying to stereotype it, but like what Carolyn just said, if they start killing animals at a young age, and they get the thrill out of it, and then later they'll take it out on women because they have something against their mother. I mean, most women killers are a little different. They, how would you word it? They don't go to that extent. They don't experience.
Well, like Huerman, right? He killed a lot of women. He's going to take a plea deal now.
I know, I saw that. I almost fell off the couch. I was like, oh my God.
I know, I didn't expect that.
Because he knows. No, but he knows. If he doesn't, he knows he's wrong. Because he knows he killed all those girls. And even all the other ones, like the one lawyer that's still fighting to get charges that happened, like, in between. So he knows he's wrong. But I'm saying, like, female killers, they don't kill animals when they're young. They just do it. Like that one lady, what was her name?
Eileen
Wuornos?
Yes.
I think, yeah, she was a wackadoo.
Yeah,
wanted
and
to
she was
ask about
supposedly
her.
had issues. Like, I think her grandparents raised her. Father was abusive, right? Isn't that?
Abusive, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was
That's
out
what I
there.
wanted to ask
Yeah.
you about, Carolyn, because so if the father was abusive, and again, then she wants to carry it out against men in her life, that it kind of mirrors the same thing.
Yeah,
That
sure. Yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah.
if the
It's,
son has an abusive relationship with the mother, that then he wants to harm women later in life. It
right,
seems like,
right. Yeah.
yeah,
And like, just like Ted Bundy, okay, Ted Bundy was raised by his grandmother who he thought was his mother. Then he found out his sister was his mother.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was
So,
crazy.
yeah. So that was something. Yeah. A big
Yeah.
shock there. And,
Well, and I don't, you didn't cover this case. This guy was a pedophile, okay? And he just got sentenced. I forgot his name. And his father used his sisters when they were younger, and the sister never thought he would do it, and he did it to his kids, and then he did it to a 13-year-old. And he just got sentenced. Yeah. So he got sentenced in jail for, for the rest of his life. But he was in jail before that and got out and kept doing it. And they just found him dead in his cell 2 days ago.
oh, I know who you
Well-
mean. I know who you mean.
I
Yeah.
forget his name.
Yeah, I
but
forget it too. I know who you mean.
But he knew once he was going to stay in there, he was going to do that. They were going to kill him.
Yeah.
Because they didn't say he killed himself, but usually pedophiles, they're not going to keep you long in there. You're
Right.
gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a lot of victims. But look, his own father did it to his sisters, and then he turned into one.
Yeah.
So what's
So
interesting
it's
is like the Dahmer case, Jeffrey Dahmer, that I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
the interviews with his parents. And if you didn't know any better, you'd think that the parents were normal, that they weren't abusive, that they, supposedly raised him normally. But then you get somebody who does such strange, unusual behaviors that you begin to wonder, because like how we've talked about that there's the bad vibe with the mom or the dad that gets turned over later on to somebody else. But in Dahmer's case, it makes you wonder if there's sometimes things that go wrong with the brain wiring that have nothing to do with the environment, like abuse or anything like that. Do you guys think that there's any like validity to that?
But he did I remember Dahmer is like it's so bad. It's so hard for me to watch this stuff, but there was that documentary or it was a movie on Netflix not long ago, but they had something with I remember there was a scene where his little sister was in a playpen like screaming and his parents were fighting. And then his father would go away, right? Wasn't there issues with Dahmer's parents?
I thought his father was a drinker, right? Didn't he drink a lot?
I'm pretty sure there's issues with Dahmer's parents. Who likes to study Jeffrey Dahmer? Like, some people really go for Dahmer is just, it's so, like, grotesque to me. Yeah, and bizarre. And, but I have seen some stuff, and I remember some stuff about his parents. I remember this one scene where the little girl was in the playpen, and let me see. So yeah, I'm definitely sure there were some issues with the father. The father was traveling on business, and the mother was like screaming. And then you could say, well, hey, I know a lot of people that grew up in an abusive home and they're not serial killers, right? They turned out to be good people. Yeah, but some other people, I guess, can't deal with that. I'm sure there's some serial killers, maybe they grew up in Ozzie and Harriet, whatever. I don't even know what Ozzie and Harriet is. I never watched it, but I just heard about it. But yeah.
I mean, and look at the one gentleman who always, what was his name? He picked up women back in the 70s. And
the Night Stalker? Wait, no, the Green River Killer? Green River? Wait, hold on, which one?
No, the other guy. Happened in California.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the
his name. He drove a
Richard.
A
is
buggy.
it Richard? Is it the original Night Stalker? Because there's two Night Stalkers that. Yeah. It's not the Green River Killer, is it?
No, I think it's the other guy.
The Night Stalker, Richard's. Oh gosh, where's all our people on the true crime?
You're not talking about Rex Heuermann, right?
No, it's somebody from like the 70s. You know, I think we actually had someone here whose sister was one of the victims of one of these guys. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, curly black.
Yeah, I hear you. Isn't it Richard?
And he came from a good family, and he did all that.
That's
stuff.
what I mean. I'm sure there are people there that just, because not everything is going to fall into a textbook. What?
Like a creepy story my mom told me.
Yeah.
So when I was a baby, I was probably like 6 months, she told me. We lived in a 3-decker. So we lived on the 3rd floor. And the landlord and landlady and their family, they lived on the 1st floor. And there was like a front door and a back door. And like the front door was where the street was. And where we lived, it was like kind of like a hill. Like you could look out our big window in the living room and see down the hill that went to the main road. So anyway, we always had to lock like the front door and the back door. And like the back door on the 1st floor was always locked because no one ever came in there. We came around the front door. So anyway, my mom said she saw the landlady leave, and the people on the 2nd floor always worked, so they weren't home. And she said, all of a sudden, she heard a knock on the back door. No one ever comes up that way. And she was like, hello? And like someone didn't answer. And she's like, hello? And then they said, it was like a creepy guy's voice. And he's like, I have a present for you. Can you open the door? Something to that effect. And she's like, what? And then she was thinking, oh my God, I just saw the landlady leave in the car. And, just her and me as a baby are there. And she was like freaking out. So she went in the kitchen and like grabbed like a knife, she said, or whatever. And then he kept banging on the door like, it's okay. The lady let me in downstairs or blah, blah, blah. I got to show you something. And my mom's like, I'm calling the police. And then she heard him like running down the stairs, and she looked out the window and saw him like running down the hill. And he had a paper bag.
Yeah.
He had like a paper bag and like nothing else. Like he didn't get there in a car or nothing.
Right. Yeah. Scary.
Walking. And I remember when I got older, like, my mom told me that story, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, imagine like he was obviously watching and knew what was going on. So scary.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
It's something similar. But Richard Ramirez, is that who it is?
Oh, it might be.
Richard Ramirez.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's heart.
Wasn't he out in California?
Yeah, that's what she was talking about. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And he came from a good family, I thought.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there are some that did, but it's like so many have
It's something in their head that just makes them go on that dark side.
Yeah, look at that 72-year-old, right? The Golden State Killer. He was making a roast, right? When he got arrested, and he was a cop. He was a cop that went bad, and and it took years to catch this guy. And that one writer that was looking. I don't think she ever even knew of his arrest. She died before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And then that's why there's like he was the original Night
Mm-hmm.
Stalker, and then he turned, I think, whichever one became, and then he became the Golden State Killer, and then they just thought he died or
Mm-hmm.
something because there was such a long period where he didn't do anything, but he did such bizarre things, right? Like he'd tie up the guys, put
Yeah.
plates on their back. If I hear those plates move, you're all dying. Like
Oh my
he was just
Yeah.
so sadistic, and that's what I'm saying. And then they live amongst you just like BTK. BTK is just
Yeah.
crazy, the things
Yeah.
he did. Yeah.
Yeah. I was in Kansas when they actually caught him, but he was in his 70s too.
Yeah, and he had a kill kit right
Remember?
on top of the hall closet.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said,
His wife
the
was never
other-
like, "What is this up here?" I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it just
and she never even knew.
no.
Yeah, exactly. But like you said the other night, the only case that hasn't been solved in forever is the Black Dahlia case.
Mhm.
And that case, even when you watch it, it just makes you think,
Yeah.
if it could be a cop or a civilian.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, back then they had more chance because they had no cameras. They didn't have DNA. They didn't have all the stuff they have now, which they haven't realized they're not going to get away with it. But there's still guys kill. I mean, and intelligent guys. That's hard. That's hard for me to understand. Like that doctor that killed the dentist and his ex-wife. Right? There's an intelligent man. He's a surgeon, or and they do that, and you say, what the heck? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, but when you're obsessed with somebody, and he was obsessed with her,
It's crazy.
So
crazy.
because he didn't want her to be happy.
But
It was-
that's a
I mean,
bizarre
it-
case. I can't wait to see the behind the scenes on that, because I can't believe he didn't do anything when she left him, when she got married, when she had one kid, when she had two kids, that he waited. I think there's got to be I think he had to have been with someone, and I think maybe something that happened with his relationship that then caused him, because how could he let her do all that and then go and kill her?
I don't know, the way you look at it though, the obsession with her.
Yeah, but you think he
know?
would be obsessed when she was going to get married, right? And then pregnant, you're going to have his baby, you're going to have another baby,
But he's sick in the head, so maybe in his mindset was like, okay, I'm obsessed with this woman, but I'm going to let her have her happiness, but then I'm going to take it away. I mean, thank God he didn't hurt the children.
No, but the
I mean,
kids don't
but
have parents now. Yeah.
I mean, he hurt them in that way.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. But I don't know. I don't know. I did watch something with what's her name? Because she used to be a reporter. Ashley.
Yeah.
She did put some more information about how many times they were shot, and it wasn't just one or two. I mean, the way she said it was
Overkill.
multiple, overkilling both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then that's
Yeah.
another thing. Like, you wonder, all these kids, and some of them, like, it's just so horrific, some of the stuff that happens. And then you say you're starting your life out, like, with all of that baggage. Like, that's,
You feel bad for them.
yeah.
You
yeah.
do.
And you say, like, and
Because
especially like some of this stuff that happens, like, so horrific, like, like almost all the siblings are killed by someone except for them, or, what I mean? It's so, like, with that, they have to go through life like that. It's so,
And I have been watching this series on Court TV.
yeah.
It's a gentleman. He goes and he talks to certain killers. He tries to get in their mind.
Just like John Douglas,
And,
yeah.
And he puts them on the spot, and you watch it, And you see these people who have done horrific crimes, and they just try to lie to him right then and there.
Yeah.
Even though they confess, some of them in the beginning, and some of them haven't. And
Right.
you're like, some of the episodes I've watched already are always like, wow. And never been abused or anything. They just did it for the thrill of it.
Well, look at Murdaugh,
You
right?
know?
He lived a life of Riley.
Oh,
That's what I wanted to ask you. Yeah, what
Yeah.
happened? Yeah. What was up with Murdaugh?
Yeah, they
think-
lived a life of privilege. I mean, they had everything done for them, and his grandfather back in the day could make people disappear. Okay.
Yeah.
We go to South Carolina where their beach house was, and we've spoken to people in restaurants and stuff about them. And she said it goes way back. And his granddaddy, if he didn't like you, he could make you disappear. So their problems, were disappear, and they grew up in ultimate privilege. So yeah, but
So narcissistic.
Mhm.
That's how I took him as. He was a narcissistic control freak.
to kill his own kid
Right.
and then call him Paw during the trial, oh my gosh.
Yes, but when you watch the trial, you could see that every time he did talk about them, because you know how they say some of them like to revisit what they did because they get off on it.
Yeah.
And that's what I took with him. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Just his language on the stand and all that. But I didn't know the other stuff you said, though. That's wild.
Right.
So, Carolyn,
I think-
did you get a lot of tells from Murdaugh that he was guilty?
Yeah, I mean, and yes, I mean, but it's so unfathomable because you're looking at this guy, and I never really completely believe that he had such a drug problem and did this. I just, there are certain things that I didn't think he was telling the truth, but I knew about the I mean, the stuff he did, the insurance fraud, I really do believe he killed the housekeeper. It's just like that stuff. I can't believe that he could kill his own son, let alone, his wife, but his own son. But I just think he had so much going on. He just thought, okay, well, this is a problem because his son had this whole boat thing going on with, Mallory Beach, who died in that, and just everything was closing in on him. So, I don't know. It's just, it's very hard. I believe he did it, but I do think there were more people there than just
that
him.
helped him, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't believe he had a drug problem either.
No, the drug problem, that just seemed like that was his defense, that he took the money. I don't know exactly what he was doing with so much money. Could have been a lot of other things, but he just didn't come across to me. Because first of all, if he had such a drug problem like that, he wouldn't be as heavy as he was.
Exactly.
He was a
big
big guy, and he had a big hunger for junk food, and they said he just didn't fit like somebody that was abusing drugs to the level that he was supposed to be abusing them. He would be. I think you would very much see that he wouldn't be the way he was. Now he could have been abusing it a little bit, like to sleep or whatever, but I don't think he had some blown out drug problem, and this is what he was taking all that money for.
No, he was doing something else.
What?
Could you look in the chat for a moment?
Oh.
Just to kind of.
What happened?
In there, just the last 7 or 8 replies. Something you might want to look at.
What's the matter, Sandra? Sandra, what's going on? I'm trying to see what happened.
Yeah, Sandra, I would like you back.
Yeah, we want you here, Sandra. What's going on? I don't see unless I'm missing something. Others can say it, but then I'm put down. Who put you down? I didn't say something. Who said something? I see you retracted a message. It says you retracted a bunch of messages. But I don't... How come her messages are all retracted? Did she get timed out by mistake?
I hope not.
I
I
don't know,
didn't
I
time her
see.
out. No.
Okay, because all of her messages are retracted.
Except heart. Yeah.
Has she been on the panel before?
No.
Yeah.
Sandra? No, Hart has, but not Sandra. Yeah, Sandra, don't leave. Yeah, why did you delete a lot? What's going on? And nobody wants you to leave, Sandra.
Tell us what's going on, Sandra.
What happened? Yeah, everybody likes you here, Sandra. I don't know. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding in the texting.
Sandra, if I said anything to you in particular, and I may have, if I said something to you and when I was addressing a chat, and because I do know that there were times when I would look in the chat and I would address names in the chat, and so if I did say something to you that was offensive, I do want to apologize if that was the case.
Yeah, tell us what's going on, Sandra, so we can see what's... I'm sure it can be worked out. Nobody wants you to go. You should see that everybody wants you to stay.
So I think that she said, oh,
Okay, so you're good now? Is everything good now, Sandra? Love you too. That's good. Okay. I think she's all good now. Everything's good, I think.
You sure?
She says, I love you all, and I
That's
love
it.
you, Carolyn, and you are all family with hearts.
I know, but it looks like it's a sad face by the heart.
You think is it a sad face, or, okay, maybe I thought it was like a winky face, like,
Is it?
is it
I know
okay,
that I
Sandra? Are you okay? No, you're sad?
She's sad.
Okay, what can we do? What can we do to help you not be sad? If you love us, then you can't live without us.
Mhm.
You'll be even sadder if you leave us. Heck, I've got haters that can't quit me, Sandra. They cannot quit me. So, if you love me, then you're not going to be able to quit me, girl. You're sad? Don't be sad. How can we make you not sad?
There's an explanation in the chat.
Is there? Let me see. I spoke to Sandra about an interaction she was having with Space. Oh. Okay. Now what happened here? I think somebody accidentally deleted Margaret's message. I was talking to Space and then I was put down. By Space? Who put you down? Space put you down? Space put me down too, so you're in good company. Space put Margaret down. Or was it somebody else? If it's Space, I wouldn't pay it too much attention. Because he's put a lot of people down. And I'd base it on how we make you feel. Do we make you feel good? Then I hope that you consider that.
Why isn't the Nightbot showing more feeling? I'm just kidding.
I was talking to Space and then Hart told me that I shouldn't talk for the channel. Oh, are you sure you understood? Because Hart usually is, I don't know what happened, but...
Maybe it's a misunderstanding.
Okay, Space. What's the fire in the target? I'm sure Hart didn't mean that. Hart is usually the most, she goes out of her way not to hurt people. Yeah. I bet you it's a misunderstanding. Okay. Let's see. Hart should chime in here in a minute. And she means by you. No, I get it. But what happened? Was it a misunderstanding? Because I didn't see what happened. And
would she come on the panel?
I don't know. I am shy and I tried to say something and then I got put down. Okay, I don't know what she said, Hart, because I didn't see it, so I don't know. I don't know what was said, but I'm sure you didn't mean to hurt her. Okay, so Hart's apologizing for whatever she said, Sandra. It's because she said goodbye. Oh, to Space. Oh, what she said was Space goodbye. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if you were here earlier, Hart, but I think if you were here, I don't think you were here earlier, so you probably missed everything that happened. But I think Sandra was trying to, because some of the things were pretty hurtful, like to Margaret, to myself. I think she was probably saying that because of what the disrespect that was shown. I think that's what Sandra was saying, right, Sandra? I think that's what you were saying. You can tell me if you're wrong, but I think that's what you're saying. Okay? Yeah, I don't think Hart was here at that time, Sandra, so she didn't know what happened. She has to watch the replay a lot of times, so Hart's a good person. I don't think she would ever, try to hurt you. She doesn't try to hurt anybody. She, in fact, always is trying to make things right with people. So I think she just didn't know what happened and thought that maybe, I don't know. Yeah. Murder. Murder says, Sandra, I get told off all the time. Don't take it personally. It's all fun. Yeah, I understand, Sandra. It's okay. I don't think Hart was here earlier to see what all of went on. Yeah, it's okay, Sandra. It's fine. It's all just a misunderstanding. Hart wasn't here. She apologizes. I know Hart's heart. She wouldn't try to hurt you, really. Trust me on this, okay? Oh, she's going to get on here and probably say something to you, Sandra. Trust me. Yeah. She's not going to hurt you. Hi, Hart. Hi, Hart.
Hi.
Hi. I was just telling Sandra, you probably didn't see what happened earlier, so you probably didn't even understand it, right?
No, I did see what happened earlier.
Did you?
Yeah.
You're very sensitive, Sandra?
Well, a lot of us are very sensitive, and I actually had apologized to her beforehand, before this.
Yeah.
So, because I was in chat with, and Space had come in and was talking, and she was like, Space, goodbye, big letters, goodbye, like, and then he was saying something about talking to Jason about it, and then she was like, well, but Jason probably doesn't want to talk to you after your behavior tonight, And I asked her not to speak for the channel, and then I asked her not to speak for Jason because, Jason has the right to speak for himself. And I told her when she said something, I said, well, if I was mistaken, I apologize. She said I wasn't speaking for the channel,
Okay.
But it seemed like it to me because she was the only one addressing him and sort of shooing him away. And I thought he had a right to be there and to, talk to you or, his right to be in chat. So. Unless we have asked him not to be.
Okay. All right. I think
and I had told her if I was mistaken about her intentions, I apologized.
Yeah, she was just speaking. You were just speaking for yourself.
Earlier, I'd seen her saying that he didn't belong here, and
yeah, but I think that's because people got really. He said some.
I didn't hear anything he said.
That's what I mean. He was rude to like he made Margaret go away for 8 days, and then we're just asking him to apologize to Margaret. And
he asked him to apologize and he wouldn't?
Yeah, he wouldn't. No, he kind of doubled down. Didn't think he did anything wrong. Margaret apologized, to him and.
The girl, I didn't do anything wrong. Then
Yeah. So
if you're rude, then you have to say you're sorry.
Yeah.
At the moment, I just felt, that was getting a little disruptive.
Right. Yeah. So Sandra, she didn't hear didn't hear what went on. So, and you were just speaking for yourself based on what you heard. So I hope that everything, if we're a big family, Sandra, we have misunderstandings. Hopefully we can iron them out.
Yes, Sandra, I apologized earlier if I was mistaken about what you were saying to him or your intentions. So
yeah, we don't want you to go.
My apology. I thought you had accepted my apology when I reiterated the apology the second time.
Mm-hmm.
But then I left for a minute and then I came back and saw
Right,
all this
right.
happening.
Is everything good now, Sandra?
But if anyone ever says anything to one of the moderators in chat, and if you feel it was unfair, just talk to us.
Yeah,
You
don't
know,
leave us.
and
If we're a big
please don't.
family, Sandra, we can work it out.
Yeah, and please don't take it personally. It's never personally anything we ever say to anyone. It's never personal. It's never meant to embarrass them or make them feel bad or put them down.
Okay, thank you. Great,
But
wonderful. Good,
sometimes
good,
we
good
have
things.
to talk about, to people in chat, and we hope that they never feel like we're, being mean to them.
No, no. And everybody has like different things. Sometimes you don't know, like maybe someone's just not had a good day or something, maybe someone's extra sensitive. Like things will happen. Talk it out. Just don't leave. You know what I mean? You could say I'm hurt or that hurt me and whatever.
No, she was, and I was talking to her, so I was
Right.
hoping. I guess I wasn't
Yeah, I
saying the
know.
right things today, but sometimes we don't always know the right things to say.
Right, yeah. Yeah, sure. Um,
So, Sandra, I hope that you feel better now.
yeah, I hope you're all good. We're going to go and watch the Kimberly Kessler interview where she's on she tells them how about her different identities, which will be fun to look at.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're a little late for that, but just better. See, I don't mind that. See, if something is for the community and to, work things out, that's how I am, even like with friends. Like, of course, like any friend, if you have a friend that's in trouble, yeah, I can do without sleep or something if somebody needs me. And people have done it for me too. You know what I mean? So if this is for the best of the community, that we're a little late for the next live because we're working things out over here, then that's what we do. Nobody's the boss of us.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't catch that. All the thing was based earlier. I caught like the tail end of it, and
Right.
then I was gone, and then I came back. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it must
yeah.
have been kind of hairy before that.
Yeah, but we're gonna go and hope that you all come over and because it's interesting. I even downloaded some more stuff, but I have the interview with Kimberly Kessler, who had that woman's identity when she's on the couch with them and she's telling them how it all started. Okay,
Oh,
so
she
I hope
touches
that
up
you follow
everything.
us
Wow.
all over there, and we'll go over there and it should direct you right over there.
Yeah,
Okay.
come on, everybody. It sounds
Yeah.
fun.
Come on over there. All right, we'll see you over there. Okay, everybody. All right, everybody, I'm going to end this and bring you over there. The cruelest cut.